Hey there guys, it's my show. We're back. Back again. Well, we were here yesterday, which was abnormal. But we're back, done with all that nonsense. Time to play the game again. Pretty wild weekend, honestly. It's just drama, 4 days, right? It's just non-Mythic Plus stuff, 4 days. All 4 videos, but I think there was a lot to talk about, so I'm glad we did it. Mex, welcome back. How you doing? Today's gonna be interesting. Oh yeah, why? It's been a while since we played. Wait, today's not the day the stuff comes out, is it? No, that's next week. Kevin, welcome back. Good morning, Mike, welcome. To see if there's a guest appearance. Oh, from that dude from yesterday? Nah, that's over. He's my friend now. Alright, let's get a vault opened. We are in here because I was actually doing the content. I tried doing it. It's not bad. It's kind of boring, but I just don't really have. I don't have time to do it, unfortunately. The second GTA 6 trailer just launched today. Oh yeah, is that coming out soon? I don't know anything about Grand Theft Auto. Good morning, all. Shadow, welcome. Good morning to you as well.
We've got another incursion, and we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
Yeah, last week before the upgrades are possible, I think, so we'll see how that goes. Yeah, it looks like in order to, you have to do the scenario, which I just haven't had time to log on for. Okay, so we have, I honestly think, trinket, well, that's, oh, well, no, you can put a socket in the neck. So yeah, I honestly think we'll take, oh, wrists. Okay, yeah, that's an upgrade. That's actually a really good piece too. Lucas, what's up, buddy? Welcome. That's a really good piece. Okay, so we're taking those. I was gonna say I was honestly gonna just sit on all upgrades this week because I didn't think it would be fruitful, but yeah, that's our best risk. Now we don't have to craft them. I may still not like actually choose to upgrade anything this week and just sit on the currency. But I guess it's kind of stupid because next week it's gonna be infinite, right? There's no cap anymore. I need a trinket. I'm crying on the inside. Oh yeah. Nice wrists. Yep. Yeah, those are perfect. Those are what I would imagine would be the best in slot for me. Wait, what happened? Didn't put them on. There they are. We need to get Leech Enchant too. Let's go get that. Mythic Tome is nice. Oh yeah, I probably won't ever use it though, unfortunately. If I wanted to get it, I can just get it after next week. Good afternoon, Alex. What's up, buddy? Where is... Okay, so it's enchant... wrist? Or bracers? Bracers? No. What's the amount? 2,040. That's it there. Chant of Armored Leech, okay. You should RP walk off stream and dance on mailboxes in Goldshire. No, thank you. That would be boring. Okay. Yeah, we won't actually upgrade that piece, I guess. I don't know. Should we? Yeah, well, we'll wait until we get some dungeons done. What are we starting with? We're starting with Workshop 14. Sweet. Do you think an optional solo queue Mythic Plus system for under 10 keys would help the overall pug issues? I have an opinion on what they would do if they did that. It wouldn't be that. But yeah, I think they will eventually do a solo queue. I think instead of under 10 keys, quote unquote, it won't involve the actual currents, like the current key system at all. It'll be its own system entirely, just like how PvP has 2 separate arena systems now, and that there won't actually be keys at all, that the mobs will scale based on your rating instead of whatever key you're at. I'm trying to get all 12s now. I'm missing 3. Oh, yeah. Are 14s much more difficult than 12s? Oh, yeah, definitely. 14s are much more difficult than 13s, and 15s are much more difficult than 14s, so it's definitely a big jump. Well, we need a warlock, so kind of have to have a warlock, I think. What is your opinion on how augmentation has been handled this expansion, and do you think support specs have a place in WoW? I like the idea of a support spec. In the video game World of Warcraft, I think it has a place, but in the community video game, like, you know what I mean, people aren't ever going to let it be what it's supposed to be, so yeah, probably just doesn't have a place, sadly. But I like how they handled it, if you mean nerfing it recently. I also like how they handled it even more recently, where they're buffing its actual damage. I think its future is just a damage dealer. Like a damage dealer with a little bit like more utility than normal, I guess. Can we get a TLDR on the comment discussion? There isn't really one, to be honest. It's a long, drawn out process, yeah. Just whenever you get some time, throw it on. I mean, the first video is all you really need to watch unless you want to see. I mean, like, I would just watch the first video. It's an hour and a half long or whatever, but you can just speed it up. What do you think about the PvP talent Blood-Forged Armor becoming baseline? Blood-Forged Armor? What is that? Death Strike reduces all physical damage. Oh, God. That's not happening. That'd be crazy, though. Hey, Kyle. What's up, buddy? So, have you been liking the dungeons better this season? Yeah, this season's very good. The dungeons are very good. I guess we'll take the Demon Hunter. Now we just need a Warlock. Og will come back stronger than ever and be in key once again. I think it will eventually just be a damage dealer, yeah. Like, they've nerfed it 3 times now. Or buffed it 3 times now, so I think that's what they're going for. I don't think they ever wanted to be like it was with, like, the massive support ceiling on it. Hey, Esquire, long time no see. How you been, man? Did you like the picks for the 4 returning ones? I'm not really sure what they're doing there yet, so I don't have any opinions on that. I like all the Dragonflight or the War Within dungeons, so. I still like to play the class. Well, there's plenty of people playing it at like a lower level. It's not like totally unplayable or anything, but what happened? They did some kind of vote, and initially it sounded like they were voting for just 1 dungeon, but then there's like some talk that it's going to be the top 4 are coming in. I don't know for sure. Hey, Dave, what's up, buddy? I haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to? And what else? ISO, welcome. It's a good way they can make us more tanky while nerfing the healing a bit. Yeah, they could do a lot of stuff, I guess, but I don't see that happening. Because that would just double up on the value of the mastery. Seems overpowered, honestly. I don't know why it's a PvP talent. The PvP talent's like, you look at them and it's like, they don't really make a lot of sense a lot of the times. But I don't understand PvP, so I assume that's why. I am well, but that interview yesterday was killer. Yeah, it was fun. I really enjoy stuff like that. I feel like I missed a comment. What? Last season I only did 1 tank, but this season I'm doing 3. Nice. I met a girl, and you know how that goes. But like usual, that ended, so it's time to fire up. Wow. Well, that's unfortunate, but hope you had fun. I actually was just talking about this because the guys I go to play basketball with on Sunday, one of the best players there, his son. One of the bosses, or one of the best players there, his son was playing with him all the time, and he was really, really good. But I guess, I don't know if he had like a bad relationship with the sport, maybe like I did when I was younger, but he didn't show up this week, and somebody asked him where his son was, and he said like he thinks he might be quitting basketball. He's a senior in high school, and he got a girlfriend, and since this is like the first time in his life that he doesn't have basketball requirements, he's like not, he's just like doing everything but basketball basically. And then he even like called his, he committed to a college, and he like called his coach that told him that he's not going to play anymore. So his father was all concerned. But it was just funny because he's like, yeah, he's got a girlfriend, and that's like his first experience with a woman is what he said. I was like, oh. So I know what that means. Anyway, Steve, what's up, buddy? Good vault? Yeah, we got a really nice piece, actually. They voted for Eric Hara, Dawnbreaker, Eric Hara, and Floodgate. Yeah, I don't exactly know how it works, but we'll find out. Wouldn't have been the first time a girl ruined a guy's life. Certainly not at that age, I imagine. The first experience is, well, that can change a man. Yep, I mean, I remember. But it's funny because I actually, like, I understand what he means. Like, the kid plays for one of the biggest high schools in the state. He doesn't actually start, but he's, like, really good. And he probably has just played basketball his whole life. Like, I'd imagine, like, at fucking 6th grade onward, he's playing basketball every single weekend and every single day that he has free time for, like, the rest of the time, you know what I mean? And now that he's done, like, now that he's graduating high school, it's probably, like, actually the first time he hasn't had basketball practice with an organized team in a very long time. And it's like, wait, what the fuck? I could have a life now? Like, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, a girlfriend. It's like, oh, wow. Life's changed all of a sudden. People pick dungeons with good trinkets. Yeah. That's predictable, unfortunately. Out of curiosity, have you been on the PTR trying the rotation helper? No. I only play blood at this point, and I don't think it would be very valuable for blood. Has anybody been on there and tried it as a tank? Like, what does it recommend? Hey, Craig, what's up? Long time no see. That first girlfriend changes a young man. I remember my first girlfriend as a senior. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I remember it too. It really fucked my life up, honestly. I had a very bad first relationship. Like, really fucked my life up. At least this patch has me having no motivation to farm a trinket. Oh, yeah. It doesn't work your tanks. It doesn't give them defense stuff, I think is how it works. It does work. It's this thing that every class has, apparently. But I think it only recommends offensive spells. Tanks and healers, one button rotation only does damage. Yeah, but like Death Strike does damage, right? So like what, I guess I should probably get on there and take a look at it, but. All good with you, Metro? Yeah, yeah, everything's been great.
The city's entrance is located just past this arena. You must hold your ground until we can clear
If Death Strike's only above 80 runic power? Oh yeah, okay, so it's just like formulaic. Mine kept threatening to take her life if I left. She'd cut herself and blame me for everything. Oh wow. Jeez. Yeah, mine was the opposite basically. Death Strike is like bottom prio. Yeah, that's what I figured. From what I've seen, the 101 button thing, it uses stuff in the wrong order. Yeah, and so then the question is, I really, like, I need some of you guys, at least somebody to do this. Somebody who is like a main DPS. Go on there, get details, do your full rotation for like 2 minutes or something with like your normal button presses. Have details on. Then go do the same thing 2 minutes with only the one button macro with details on. Exact same thing, 2 minutes, but one with, you know, basically testing how strong it is. I would really like a video of that, and I would really like to be able to react to that, but since I don't actually play an offensive, like, focused character, I don't think I can do it myself. Especially, like, it'd be interesting to, like, judge, like, different specs, like, how complicated, you know, like, since Rhett's looked at as really basic, like, maybe Datmir gets on there, I don't know, somebody gets on there and you guys are playing different specs just to compare them, I don't know. Someone did that on Twitter for Marksman. One button was 32% lower. Oh, yeah. It would be weird with Shadow Priest because the damage rotation is situational. That's what I mean. Like, I think it's going to be really wrong, too. Like, on top of the, you know, GCD thing. I think it's going to just actually be incorrect. Beware. 25 to 35% isn't enough? Oh, no. But don't forget, that's just on a training dummy, too. Imagine how wrong it might be on an actual, like, stressful situation. For those who have hand problems or learning the game, it can be a huge help. Yeah, I think it should be about learning. I think it's the big thing. The whole like I can't physically play the game thing, I think that's honestly I don't buy that, but yeah, I definitely hope it will help people learn how to play the game better. Like I think there's probably a lot of people out there who are doing like subpar DPS and they have no idea why, because nobody thinks to like go through a rotational guide, you know what I mean? Like you just press your buttons and you're assuming you're good now. But I bet a lot of people do like subtle things wrong rotationally that contributes to it too. So you would hope that if Blizzard like held your hand through that mistake, it would be a lot easier to recognize. But who knows? If you had hand problems, you probably should find a game that's suited for your situation. Yeah, that's, I mean, I don't. It's whatever. I played with a guy who only had one hand, and he was way better than me at Holy Pally for years, so I don't buy it. I think people just use it as an excuse to be lazy. Unless you actually have like no ability to press keys, I don't see why it would stop you from succeeding. I think people get overwhelmed reading a Wowhead guide with 30 steps. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's usually not talked about when people talk about improvement. Like, even if you like looked at how to improve, it's hard to say like, oh, okay, well, this time you use your spell wrong, so it's gonna, you know, cascade into a bunch of globals of potential catch-up of that failure. It's like, it's not as simple as like, oh, you use your offensive CD 30% of the theoretical time you could have, you know? That's way easier to identify. Hey, Randy, welcome back. The rotation helper has no GCD nerfs, right? It does. Wait, oh, you mean, oh yeah. The one that like flashes? No, that's just, yeah. No changes to the way the game plays at that point. That's not impacting your actual gameplay at all. You don't learn your class with the macro at all. It's brain dead. No, I mean, but like you would identify the spells that they're using, right? Hopefully. The helper will help if it actually tells you the right thing to hit. So far from what I've seen, it does not. Yeah, that's my concern. I will probably use the rotation helper for specs I haven't played before. Yeah, it's an interesting idea. Hey Jerry, what's up? Welcome. Are we on 15s yet? We've been the same level for a while now. Basically just doing my own key until I can finally get a 15 that we can upgrade, but seems unlikely to happen before the changes next week. Alright, Purgatory. I feel like a large part of the learning curve for me is knowing what the ability is and does just by looking at the icon. Oh, really? I guess if you're like actually brand new to the game, I could see why that would be overwhelming. For me, most of these icons have like very few new icons in the game year after year. I'm not going to use either, but I can't speak negatively on something that may make the game more accessible. Also, I think most of this is the first step towards console release. Yeah, no, this doesn't have anything to do with console release. It's just about add-ons that people have already been using, and then they're trying to like eliminate add-ons basically. They're trying to stop making add-ons be a mandatory part of the game. I thought patch is May 20th, not next week. Is there another week still? I thought it was next week, yeah. Hey Gustav, what's up? Welcome back. Checking the stream while I'm stuck at work. Wishing you good runs and good vibes. Thanks, man. Dinars is next week. Corruption is the 20th. Oh, okay. But when is the actual... Oh, wait. Yeah, no, that's what we're talking about, of course. Yeah, cool. Telling you one button is the start to the console port. Yeah, it's not. They already addressed why they're doing it, so... I mean, console stuff doesn't even use one button currently, so I don't think that has anything to do with it. It's just something they believe should be baseline part of the game. They explained it very well. If you guys didn't actually watch the video, it's pretty long, but yeah, I would definitely recommend watching it so you're not saying weird shit like that. They made like it very clear why they were doing it, and it actually makes like really like, oh, it makes total sense when you hear them talk about it. If Final Fantasy 14 is played in a console without one button, WoW is absolutely not getting it. Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't understand what that would even like have to do with getting a console port. Because people already play the game on console type setups and they don't use one button macros. How does the one button thing work with reticles? Great question, yeah. How does it do D&D? That's a good question. I assume it just starts the spell for you and you're meant to place it. It uses casted enemy. Oh, really? I'm a veteran, but since I never max leveled a rogue or death knight, I don't know at a glance what the abilities even are. So looking at my bars or weak ores makes no sense. Wow, really? That's funny. Yeah, I guess I've never played a lot of specs, but I still like have seen their spells like through logs and through other stuff like that. As long as your role doesn't require on-point activation. I have a friend who plays Mythic Raid with an Xbox controller. Yeah, well, we reviewed somebody who was playing on a Steam Deck. So, and like, yeah, like I said, they definitely don't use one-button macros. I'm 3340. I use Sakeli. Maybe the Blizzard rotation will raise the overall skill of the general WoW community. Yeah, that's what I mean. I think it will establish a new baseline, which is good for the game. I could see them releasing WoW on console, but this mode is not what it's for. Yeah, I think they could do it still, but yeah, like I said, that has nothing to do with it. They're basically just trying to cross off the list of all add-ons that are looked at as like a very important add-on for new players. I'd imagine you get a fair understanding of classes through Pugging Mythic Plus. Yeah, just like seeing them played as well sometimes. What's the GCD handicap? You mean like on that new thing? I think it's a 0.3 second add to the GCD, right? With enough practice, I'm certain you can get rank 1 parses with console mode. There's some things that console, like that non-mouse, will never be able to do perfectly. So rank 1, like I highly doubt that, but you can definitely be extremely capable. As a raid leader, I constantly tell people to grab Kelly. It's a crazy strong add-on. Oh yeah, is it like just good out of the box, or do you have to tinker with it, or what?
Please remain in your domiciles. Guards are currently en route to quell the disturbance.
What's the GCD handicap for rotation assists? You mean like the thing that just lights up? There's no change for that. That's just like the add-on Hakili, basically. Hakili is good out of the box, and depending on the spec, you can get 95th percentile with it. It's funny when people say that. I don't understand. Like, has raiding become just like a standstill DPS race nowadays? Because when I raided, like there was plenty of people who did their rotation very well and did good damage, but as soon as mechanics came in, their damage plummets. So I don't know how you can talk about parses. It's more about like moving your character and using your stuff well, not just doing it right on rotation. Hasn't it been since raid log was logged? What? It allows me to focus on everything outside of my damage, which is always near the top, if not top. Metro Hakili comes all in one, ready to roll. It's updated non-stop. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool. Like I said about Rusty, like he was one of the best players I ever played with in the early days, and he used Shock and Awe forever. Snow. It teaches bad habits that only a computer can do, but the optimizations are not major. If you're a lock who's never played AF and doesn't want to invest time into learning it for 1 or 2 fights like OAB, out of the box it will get you purple plus parses. I don't really get that parse thing. The thing with Hakili is that it goes for max DPS. So example on Mythic Rix, it will AoE on barrels in melee, even though certain specs should do barrels in Africa. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. So how are you going to parse? Well, It tells you to do things that don't help you parse.
It will prove insufficient against my newest prototype.
I think medium parse probably better to look at, because then that should take in more into account kills that get while being targeted by mechanics rather than best parse. It's just like it doesn't really work that. I mean, I don't like. At least in my experience, maybe things have changed, but in the old days, rotation was nowhere near the reason that people would top damage or lose, like be blown out by damage. Hey JL, what's up? Be welcome. I will challenge anyone saying Hakali is a good add-on to run a 10 key and do reasonable DPS. Well, C-Wit just said that he does 3,300 keys, so you think he's lying? I guess it's possible, but it's because the average human player makes a ton of mistakes. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. You think he's lying? Okay. Well, that's a pretty strong statement. Or just record it. Honestly, if you want to record a run, I would love to have that conversation. Somebody in the video comment section was talking about the GSE add-on, and I'm hoping to run into somebody who actually plays a DPS at a high level that uses it and make a video on that too. But until then, I'd happily do one just with Achille. Nuggets barely got by last night. Yeah, the NBA was really good last night. I watched both games. I believe people push high with Achille, but just learn your class. I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, I explained it in the video. Like, there's no reason not to use something to help you out like that, you know? It'd be like traveling somewhere you've never traveled before and not using GPS. It's just, like, pointless. Like, you know what I mean? You could say, like, oh, just learn the roads, lol, but it's like, yeah, but this is important, so why risk it? Yeah, if you want to, yeah, just go ahead and, like, just record a run or something, and I would love to make a video on that. Achille works, people just hate it. Oh, really? The last time I used it, which was when it first came out, it was bad, really bad. That was like, I think that was in like WOD or something like that. It was a long time ago. It must have been WOD for challenge modes, yeah. I was trying to use it for the characters in challenge modes, and it was like horrible. There's a quest that gives you 15 gilded and valor stones, but you can't have a key in your bag. Yeah, it's to get people to do keys from delves. It's a weird one. People don't want to accept that they perhaps aren't as good as they think they are, and an optimized rotation helper would help them. I think that's part of it, yeah. I think people are like, well, I could do this on my own, so why wouldn't I, you know? It's like, if it's life and death situation, you should always take help, you know what I mean? And that's what keys are. Like, if you fail the key, it's over. Like, you don't get this, you don't get to do it a second time, so obviously you should use the tools that are available, you know? You should not be, like, risking it. Alright, anyway, yeah, let's just move on. If you guys are going to argue the whole time, I'll have to time you guys out. If we have a clear way to solve this, you can just record a run and send it in, and I will I'll make a video on it as soon as it gets in. It's bad at the beginning of updates because the sims aren't fully accurate. Oh, okay, so it's like something based on math. That kind of scares me a little bit. I continue recording of a 10 prio from a month ago. No, not a 10. That's not interesting. But definitely, yeah, he's talking about 15, so that'd be interesting to see for sure. The best way to use Achille is to read up on your class, what abilities to use, what the abilities do, and then use Achille afterwards. Yeah, that's pretty much what I was talking about with Rusty. Like, Rusty knew how to play his class very well, but he still used it just in case. Like, there's going to be times when it's like you kind of get lost in the mechanics and maybe the rotation suffers because of that. And the add-on will stop that moment from occurring. You using Hakili without base knowledge won't teach you why it tells you. Right, yeah, exactly, yeah. I agree with that. Did you see what those mathematicians do if they divide by 0? No. Isn't it impossible? I've never tried, but I think it's impossible.
Beware. Beware.
Yeah, you guys can discuss it privately if you want, but let's not bog down the channel with that all day. Physicists divide by 0. They call it renormalization. Wow, really? You'll also naturally develop muscle memory using Hakili, especially if you have a lot of WoW experience. For a brand new player, it probably is not the most efficient route, but it works fine. Yeah, I agree for sure. Oh, we're like crushing this key, huh? 11 minutes at this point? Whoa. Metro, first time catching a stream. Hope the keys have been good. This is the first one of the day, but yeah, so far really good, I think. Yeah, we're like destroying this key. I don't think I've ever seen that good of a split. Only one death, that's the big part of why, I think. The XP33 music is so good. Oh yeah. That's good. I'm glad that games focus on music, man. It's a huge part of why I love games. And there's our first death just like the other day. At least it's not the healer. The battle reminds me of Pokemon. Oh, really? I looked in a little bit more into it. I don't think I would enjoy the game, but it seems like a really cool game. I'm glad that it's catching on and keeping people interested in turn-based combat. Havoc is pumping, oh yeah.
Beware.
Okay, the Warlock's here. I was gonna say now we got, or the Mage is here. So we're gonna have to wait, but he is here. Everybody made it this time, no issues. I'm running a crit burn build, it's very fun. Oh, cool. How is like build diversity? Is that like a huge thing in that game, or is it relatively basic? Because that was the thing that always stopped me. I think Final Fantasy VII would be like one of the best games ever made if there was way more ability to diversify your characters. Games like that are kind of unfortunate because you don't really play with like anonymous characters that you're able to diversify in the compositions you want. You just play with characters. So like obviously Barrett is not going to be a fucking caster, you know, that doesn't really work out for him.
Beware.
That's the only thing that stops me from saying like Golden Sun is one of the best games ever made too, just because you get stuck with those archetypes and it is possible to influence them, but they'll always be stuck in the archetype. Final Fantasy X does a great job with the advanced sphere. Yeah, Final Fantasy X is way better in that way. You can make anyone anything. That's good. Glad to hear that. I like that a lot better. That's why I like Final Fantasy Tactics so much, honestly, because there's the unique jobs or whatever, but outside of that, it's all the same. How was the vault? Very good. Yeah, I got the wrists that I have on, which are, I would say, they're the best in slot. I want to get a physical copy of EXP33, but they are sold out worldwide. Oh, really? Final Fantasy 9 is the best one. Yeah, I've never, I played 9 when I was young, but I've never thought about playing it again all these years later. I played 7 and 10 a ton after my original playthrough of them. But yeah, never 9. Can you show your gear and stats? Best way to see that would be on Raider.io. Final Fantasy 9 feels too easy and fast. Well, the good thing about those old games is there's probably tons of ROM hacks for them. But I don't know about fast, but yeah, Final Fantasy Tactics I had made a ROM hack for, and it's Something I wish I had more time for, but that's like the lowest thing on the totem pole for me right now, sadly. Someday I'm gonna come back to it though. I think at this point I might have to, because there was a person working on a New Game Plus thing for Final Fantasy Tactics, and I really, really, really wanted that to be a feature of my game because I love the end game builds, but I hate how you can only use them for like a few maps and then there's no content after you beat the game. And I wanted that in my game, but the Discord's in the description, yeah. Any 15s in the bank yet? No. I don't expect to get one before the changes, but then obviously once we get all the new power, they'll definitely... We should have no problem getting all 15s, I would imagine. I'm stuck at work training someone instead of opening my vault. It's hard to focus. I just want to know what I got. Oh, really? Yeah, it's not really. At this point in the season, is it really that big of a deal? It's nice to still get upgrades, though. I guess pretty late in the season, still getting upgrades. Do you think it's a bit late to join the season? Oh, no, definitely not. They're just making some major changes to it, too, in the next week. You always look like you barely take any damage. I've started doing 13s and 14s, and I'm stressed pressing my keys constantly, trying to build Death Strike up. Going through all defense and bone stacks. Are you playing Sandland, or are you playing Deathbringer? Are you gemmed full verse, or are you going full haste? Do you have Fall Bulwark? A lot of the people who play Blood Death Knight play it as like an offensive spec, basically, but if you play it like me, then you won't take any damage. This is one of the best times to come back to any season. Item level catch up and uncapped crests. Yep. Agreed. And it's also about, yeah, knowing what's dangerous, to be honest, too, but when is the next big patch? Oh, not for, we don't even know yet. You're talking about like when season 3 is? No idea. My brother wants to play for the first time, so I thought I'd get back on Vengeance. So yeah. Nice. Yeah, oh shit. Yeah, Vengeance is really looked at as meta right now, so good pick. I chose a full defensive build, yep. It isn't on my main, but it's still fun on my Hunter and Priest that I'm healing now. What, the season? I wish they'd make a new Pokemon Conquest. I like it more than Tactics. Oh, what is Pokemon Conquest? I've never heard of that. Some casts that you never have to worry about in 12s will start to really kill DPS in 15s. You need to get comfortable with that. Yeah. Everything like that, you know, that knowledge is really helpful. I swapped Sand Lane recently. I was consistently doing 10s, Haste, First Gems, Fallen Crusader, First Flask. I think I'm at 6% damage reduction on my verse numbers. Oh yeah. Well yeah, if you have trouble surviving, then you know the way forward at least. I'm at Mythic getting buffed and no con cap and all that. Oh, that's not a patch. Yeah, that's just happening next week. No patch. That's already like in the current patch. I'm not a blood main by any means, but I do think Deathbringer is more comfortable. It's easier to play, which is the big thing, so you'll be able to focus more on your survival as well. Conquest was a Pokemon tactical RPG. Huh? When did it come out? I never even heard of it. A weird mix between Final Fantasy Tactics and characters from Dynasty Warrior.
Well done.
Big part of me for my love for Tactics is the art too, so I don't think... Oh, look at that. We got 4 points for that. Wow. That was insane. We destroyed that key.
Has been destroyed, and so has my father.
That's like a whole upgrade pretty much right there. Came out in 2012. Oh, okay. How much is your verse? Let's see. Are we out of combat? See, we have like food and stuff on, so I won't be able to tell you that right now. Like I said, best way to see the stats if you ever want to see it is just go to Raider.io and look at that. Good job. Yeah, that was crazy, right?
Thanks to Team Master Overspark's leadership, the threat of world annihilation was averted.
I absolutely hate Cinderbrew, but finally got Resilient 14. That Cinderbrew was a struggle. Oh, yeah. We got Floodgate, so that's unfortunate, but we'll give it some tries. Spreadsheet time. Week 10 now, yeah. Afflock too. I don't think we've seen many of those. And Frost Mage. Okay. Yeah, that Demon Hunter did pretty well. What is a resilient key? Yeah, long story, honestly, so definitely look that one up. What else? Okay, let's get this key listed, though. Floodgate. It was a very smooth run. Oh, yeah, that was probably one of our best keys of the season right there. We had like over 4 minutes left, I think. We nearly double upgraded it. Okay, Paladin. We don't need anything specific in here, right? Let's start doing the like reverse route that we did. I like that idea. Good choice on the Lord. Is that you or something? Yeah, I'd take Shaman if I could at all times. You can skip the 2 bosses with the lock. Skip the 2 bosses. Now you need to kill all the bosses in the dungeon to be able to finish the key. Have you ever tried Sandland, or are you strictly just Deathbringer? I never tried it. I was very close to trying it, but then they buffed Deathbringer, so it didn't seem like there was any point to trying it. You've been in Discord with him in a past stream? In Discord? You mean like an argument? I don't remember that name. You can skip to the 2 guys with the lock gate to go upstairs. Oh, yeah. For your leveling challenges, are you actually coding anything, or is it some kind of editor you're saying and just modifying the database? Yeah, no coding, unfortunately. I kind of fucked up by not trying to go the coding route, but yeah, either way, no coding. Is this the Atal pull the middle guy? No, definitely not.
We've got another.
I remember that guy, but that was, I don't remember his name, but this was not it.
I know you're good at this. We've got another.
The only resto shaman I remember talking to was Limbs. Is that him, maybe?
You're good at this.
If so, he's probably here, so if you could say it is or not, that would help. Okay, let's see what happens. Not a key I typically expect to go well, but... That is Lim, so yeah.
1.
Well, okay. Well, so welcome. Thanks for joining. Hey again, Roger, welcome back. Robert as well. Welcome. How you doing? Oh, that's a feral druid as well. Look at that.
Beware.
Feral can pump. Yeah, feral's actually really good, honestly. Always shocked to see how good they are.
Beware.
Great timing on that. No! Oh, wow, that was close to losing Purgatory there. Got away with it. If Feral had Beam, they'd be better than Bombkin, yep. Was tanking 7 Rookery yesterday and had one of the DPS calling me a monkey on repeat because I didn't want to join him in bullying the healer for dying. That would be a good one to record for sure. Feral is great. You see more, but Bombkin are silly pumpers. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's the most, like, that's basically 3 packs that are not all part of this pull, all grabbed in here. Having to use 3 globals to get all of them together is funny.
Beware.
Only problem with Feral, it's melee. Bombkin's so good for shutting down casters. Oh, really? Why, just because of Solar Beam? Solar Beam's always been good. It's funny, people like, I can never like get a beat on how people value utility. Like, I've been saying Solar Beam's like irreplaceable for years, and people are always like, no, Balanced Druid sucks.
Beware.
Like, okay. And now this season, when honestly there doesn't feel like there's even that much needing to be kicked, people are saying it's irreplaceable or something. I don't get it. When Feral is strong, you barely see. Even when Feral is strong, you barely see any. Yeah. When Shaman is strong, it's because Cap Totem. Right, yeah, it's what I mean. It's like kind of weird. It's like these things exist every season. So they can't be the reason that they're good or bad. Is the Feral skill cap hard? I've heard, yes, I've heard it's the hardest spec in the game right now. I'd never played it myself, obviously.
Beware. 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 Beware.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how Druid works. Like, imagine Resto Druid too. Like, are they going to tell you to go into cap for him? Like, what's it going to do? That would be an interesting one to check out. Does Feral have to shapeshift in and out? I don't think so. I doubt that's the case anymore. I don't know what you would do if you were shapeshifting. Like, what would you actually do? You will bear for some defensives, but for the most part, it's all cat, right? In cap roar. Oh, okay. I was talking more about DPS. Metro, where do we submit runs? Yeah, email is the best way. onelegiontv@gmail.com is the email. They suggest Healer Priest to press Holy Nova and 11 plus target count. Oh, really? 11 plus target count. The APIs are out. You can look at the priority system right now for every spec. Oh, yeah. Is there like a website somewhere with that?
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Hey, Razor, welcome.
Well, what have we here?
Beware. 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 Beware.
You don't pull those 2 packs together as soon as the first scaffolding is down. Obviously not. We just did it.
Beware.
This is the group I'm saying you can skip with lock, by the way. Oh, yeah, I know.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Welcome to the firing range.
It's playtime. Playtime. Beware.
Always how it goes.
I'll get him, boss.
I really wish people would go further away with that mechanic. But as long as we clear them all, I guess it's the same output. Just kidding. I don't have speed. Alright, well, we get nothing with that. So, yeah, it'd be nice if you can do that a little bit better.
Beware. Stand still. I ain't done with you.
I haven't played in 3 weeks now. Don't know the optimal pulls anymore. Oh, I don't either, I guess. Got the wrong guy. No rune tap, correct.
Beware. I'll get him, boss. Beware.
Yeah, rune tap I can't imagine ever using. I think top runs don't do that second architect. They just pull a bunch of divers into the first one and do that. Oh yeah.
Beware.
How come you're not casting soul rape? That was a crazy word. What the fuck? Is that something you've ever heard before? I've never heard anyone say that before.
Stand
Good luck today, thanks man.
I ain't done. Beware.
Are you playing as DPS? No. Probably my favorite boss of season 2. Oh, really?
Beware.
Oh, I get it. He didn't get the joke. Yeah, my bad. Soul rape is something Potato said yesterday, yeah.
I'll get him, boss.
I just literally can't, like,
Beware.
I can't reliably do this. What? How are these people dying to this? Hey Rifle, what's up, buddy? Welcome. 3 deaths on this fight. You should have asked if he's playing Blood Death Knight tank or DPS. That would be easier to understand. Yeah, I would have made more sense. I would have recognized the joke. It's the debuff not getting cleared fast enough, is it?
Like you said.
I think they're getting ran over by the charge. That's what I thought too. What's your thoughts on going to second boss first? I don't think it actually helps us, honestly. There's a lot of travel here, and we just end up having, like, there's no, like, the lust is now bad, so we end up with just 3 lust guaranteed now.
Beware. Beware.
I don't remember, but you probably have to sacrifice Death Strikes for rune tap. Yeah, technically you do. It costs a rune, and obviously that means you're using a rune that's not on Hard Strike, so you're just going to get less Death Strikes overall if you use it frequently.
Beware.
Unholy nerf wasn't that bad, I don't know. I mean, what did they nerf? I didn't even see it. MDI people lusting this pull with 2 additional RPG dudes from where over there or something. Oh, yeah. I think if you're gonna do this, you gotta lust this boss. Rune tap is good for tank hits, is it? So is Death Strike. Chris, what's up? Welcome. It's a deserved AoE nerf, but they'll still be one of the best, oh really? Who's that idiot that said I didn't dispel fast enough? I don't know. That's the key right there, I guess.
Is that all you got? Is that all you got?
15s really seem like they'll probably be impossible for us. There's just so many mistakes on bosses. It's about a 6% nerf to AoE. They'll still be top, but the gap is closed. Oh yeah. 4% AoE nerf and 2% single target for Unholy. Gotcha. Guy runs through the puddle and dies. And leaves. I just brushed the dust off my Unholy DK. Glad it wasn't bad then, yeah. Q to 15 with the Guardian Druid. 2.5 million overall on a Floodgate. Nice. Maybe Rune Tap works better with higher haste builds and when you have problems with constant one-shots. Right, yeah. If you actually like needed it, it might be a problem, but I definitely can't imagine needing it like that. I flamed the druid for you. I just wanted to whisper him, like, did you really just die to the boss, then run back, die, and leave? Like, that's... Wow. Pretty crazy. How bad are you at this game? Well, that's gonna go well. Alright, anyway, we got BM Hunter and Feral Druid. Been a while since we've seen Feral. I PM'd you in Discord a 15 load time video from 3 weeks ago. Alright, yeah, we'll take a look at that. I'll try to make a video on that for this week. If I could remember. I usually end up losing track of Discord PMs, but hopefully I'll remember. What's your average overall damage at the end of dungeons? I can't answer that. It varies too much, you know, dungeon to dungeon. But you can answer that if you want to go look at the spreadsheet, because all the runs are recorded there. So just sort by, I guess, maybe upgraded or even finished runs and just figure it out. Did you find mud nearly essential for pugging? Yeah, I can't play without it, I don't think. There's too many pulls where it's like just so good to have that on front, like up front, big shield. Two back to back. King Tut, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Do it just so we can see their thought process and reasoning. Don't forget to add a note about the hunter that A2 charges. Yeah. So he got hit by the charge. Is that right? That's crazy. Especially as a BM hunter of all things. What the fuck? That's this game's got a problem. There's no doubt about that. Hey, Balin, what's up, buddy? Looks like the keys have gotten rough lately. I wouldn't say so, honestly. It's about the same as it's been. It's just now we're doing our own key. Mud is not essential. You can replace it with bomb suit. Oh, yeah. Hey, Metro, how's it going? When is your duo Q stream of potato? Never, I don't think, sadly. Oh, you need Bloodlust. Hunter. Okay. Do you have ray tracing on, or are those regular shadows? I'm not sure. I don't even know what ray tracing is. What do you look for for your own groups besides Lust? Nothing. I don't know. Just people that seem qualified. I don't know. I don't have like a strategy for building groups because I'm very kind of new to it, you know. Thanks for the help on finding that Azeroth core repack. How did you learn to be able to change values of things like the Death Knight spells and such? Okay, it's a very long story. I don't know that I have a short answer for you. I mean, I talk a lot about it during the playthrough on the second channel. If you guys are unaware, I'm doing a very, very unique playthrough of a Death Knight on the second channel. But yeah, just really high levels of interest, and you know, just one problem solved at a time. Like, there's discords out there of people doing this stuff too, so you can ask people there. Oh, another tool here, I'll link this for you. I'm not sure how to link it. Is that right? What is Sora? Turn ideas into images. Anyway, yeah, here is a chat GPT module thing for private server emulation specifically. So you can ask that, but I'm gonna warn you that it's very bad at certain things. Like, it's gonna tell you values and numbers of things that are not correct. So it's good to like learn like how to do something, but don't just do exactly what it says to do. Because a lot of times it's giving you bad values, which I have no idea why. But yeah, definitely be alert. If you have ray tracing enabled, I disable it to get better FPS. Yeah, I don't even know what it is. I'm trying to balance AoE-CC, so have 2 stuns, a disorient, and maybe Moonkin Silence. Some dungeons, good AoE stops is key. Oh, yeah. Does the Discord invite in the description work? Yeah, it still works. You have the craziest comps in your keys? Oh, really? Like what? I'm having a hard time figuring out what a good comp with Blood Death Knight is. Feels like Resto Druid suits really well. Oh, no, Resto Druid's terrible. Resto Druid's the worst healer alongside Blood Death Knight. What's up, Metro? How's your day going? Crabbington? Going great, yeah. Great day so far. Last few days have been really good.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Holy Pally theoretically should be the best one, yeah. Speaking of, I wonder what the future of graphic fidelity is in WoW. I wonder if they can push it anymore, or have they switch engines or something. I don't think they'll ever switch engines. Email sent as well. Oh, I appreciate that, man. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we'll definitely be taking a look at that because that's a very interesting conversation in my eyes.
Beware. Beware.
Is there any time, like, did you, like, play without it at one point and then get it? Or have you been using it, like, your whole WoW life or what?
Beware. Beware.
Spirit Link is overpowered with blood? Yeah, it's another great tool. Oh.
Beware.
They could have a different engine just for the graphics and the original engine running underneath. Oh, really? I guess I don't really know how stuff like that works, to be honest. What's going on with these mobs? They just didn't aggro somehow. They're getting fucking hammered in this piece somehow compared to the last one. Considering that was a 15, I'm kind of confused. I use cooldown trackers from your UI video. How do you add mud to that? Oh, yeah, you're right. It's not in the UI video. It's just a trinket, so I don't know. It's hard for me to explain right now, sorry. I need to add that to the video, though. If you remind me, I'll do it. Classic Havoc Demon Hunter. He was just attacking the wrong targets. He was like attacking ones that weren't even near me, which was really weird.
Beware. 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 Beware.
He threw Glaive, had Immolation Aron, and was auto-attacking. He almost survived, though. That's what I mean. Like, if he was just attacking the mobs that were next to me, he would have survived. But he had threat on the ones that were still gathering in, and he just didn't bring them to me. One sigil away from being vengeance and trying to gather them himself. That mob is not in line of sight, okay.
Beware.
He's DPS. Isn't he already vengeance? Oh, good one. I love videos like that, not because they're funny initially, like that. I do like that part, obviously, but not because they're a good video on its own, but because it usually spawns things that we talk about for years.
Beware.
It's actually crazy how so many things have happened like that. Like Underroot and Deer Offensive. Yeah. You don't hear those very often anymore, but man, those were great. The big one for me is the no flame please thing. That's still... That and the gamer down thing, those get brought up constantly still. I can imagine the future in WoW graphics and Blood Death Knight having more blood-themed animations and effects. So yeah. I honestly think the game's gonna look like this for the rest of the time. And I think that's a good thing. I like the way it looks. They tried to change the way Warcraft 3 looks, and that was also iconic, and they fucked that up like big time.
Well, what have we?
Beware.
Blood is life. Yeah, I tend to agree. I mean, like, I wouldn't say life, but it's in-game life for sure.
Beware.
The new one is going to be Soul Rape.
Beware.
It's the name of the Shadowlands talent. Blood is life.
Beware.
Shadowlands talent? What is that?
Beware.
I think they'll upgrade the graphics using AI to be more detailed. Oh, really? Oh, Sandland, right?
Beware.
Why are we talking about it?
Beware.
Blood is life is the Blood Beast talent. Oh, okay. Just like randomly saying stuff then, I guess.
Beware.
Have you ever done an MBTI test? It's a personality test. We talked about that in, I remember doing a Tazavesh run, and then I think I did it at the end of a stream one time. If that's what you're talking about. You're talking about the ones where they like assign you like a random ass, like it's like a really strange, like your personality type is the orphan or the prophet or something like that, right? Is that what you're talking about? A 4-letter code? Maybe not then. I did take a IQ test the other day though, randomly, because I was looking at those tests, and it was funny. My IQ was the same as it was when I took it in high school. I guess they're consistent at least.
Beware.
I thought it would change or somehow get worse or something, but you're right. It's a 4-letter code, but they have weird titles like architect. Yeah, okay, so that's the shit. Yeah. Wisdom comes with age, they say. Yeah, not for me, I guess. My personality type is bleed build with Bloodhound Fang. Was that? That's like a Dark Souls thing. I got the champion. My lady made me take one of those. Oh yeah. I don't even know what they mean, to be honest. That's an Elden Ring thing. Oh, okay. I could see me being the orphan or the champion in Elden Ring. That sounds more like that game than real life. My personality type is strength faith build. I keep looking at these boss splits and thinking like, holy shit, 23 minutes? Bro, this is a double upgrade. And then I remember we're going this boss first.
Beware.
That's tricked me like 3 times now. I keep thinking like, holy shit, we are destroying this key. Oh, right. Whoever they had on the saxophone and trumpets absolutely played their hearts out for this patch. Yeah. It's really good. I agree with that for sure.
Beware. Beware.
So is Metro INTP or INTJ? I don't know what those things mean. Metro, do you watch anime? No. The downside of MBTI is its self-reflection, which can be embellished. I think it would be good to have like 5 of the closest friends, family do one for a person, then take that. Oh, you mean like you fill it out for me instead of me fill it out? Yeah, I did take something like that, I remember, and it was like hard to admit, like some of the things, it's like, would you ever kill a person or some shit like that? It's like, hard to say yes to those kind of questions. I don't think that was actually what was asked, but it's stuff like that, like, you have to be truthful about your flaws. Dragon Ball counts. I watch a lot of Dragon Ball. I watched like some stuff over the years. We watched Dragon Ball a ton, obviously. What else? I watched like Bleach like a long time ago. Rurouni Kenshin I watched when I was a kid. I love that show. Yeah, not really anything else stands out. I really want to watch the Pokemon stuff again, the Pokemon anime original one. Would I want to kill someone? No. Would I if I had to? Yeah. Oh really? Cell Saga is goated. It is really good. Hey, Soul, welcome. I'm sure you've talked about it on stream, but are you planning on making a video about your thoughts regarding Blizzard 1 to shift away from combat add-ons? Yeah, we made a video on it already. Sort of. I mean, I guess it's not... Oh, shit. I guess it's not directly answering that question, but yeah. I'm standing in it. That's fine. We did a very poor job tanking this boss. In a good spot for the first set. Yeah, we're losing less anyway, so I think it's better to lust the amp. I don't know. I don't think this route works. Probably have to do the skip of the pack, so then you could have less for the bosses maximized. But even that, I think it would be really hard to maximize it because unless you're just lust on CD, you're probably going to have to hold it for a bunch of seconds. I saw a Japanese streamer narrating his WoW classic roguelike, one of those animes in English, yelling Bankai and stuff. Oh yeah. That's kind of weird. I heard if you tank him over near the wall, the ads don't jump so much. Oh really? Well, I wasn't too worried about that. More I was talking about the puddles. But that could help too, I guess. The audio is very low today, man. It's on your end. I didn't change anything. No change on my end. Do you do a skip a jump? Do you skip a jump start phase? Yeah, you would like to, obviously. Throw in the fight. Who else is excited for the 20th anniversary recolors? Not me, honestly. They don't look very good. I wouldn't use the Death Knight one at least. How do we get them? Do we know how we get them? The Hunter one's great. Oh yeah. Are you gonna jump into the PTR and try out the 1-button rotation? No, I mean as a tank I don't really care. Like I would really like, I said this earlier in the stream too, but if anybody's like a DPS main, I'd like for you to go on there and record like 2 minutes of gameplay with you doing the rotation versus 2 minutes of gameplay with you using the button and seeing what happens with details up and everything. I think that'd be really good. But outside of that, I don't interact with the game that way, so. Are you still into Pokemon cards? Unfortunately not. Like, there's just no way to be into it anymore. They announced a new set today, and it's like, I'm not even gonna buy any stuff from it at this point. The company is just like beyond, I just like can't support Nintendo anymore. It's really sad. Everything they produce upsets me anymore, it feels like. The only chance I've had to time this on 15 was lusting on Mama's Boss. Would you recommend lusting like they did, or would you recommend lusting on the burn? Because I feel like 4 lust would be better. I played with that Rhett. I played with a Rhett who did 700k overall and made me see the light for the 1-button rotations. Yeah, I'd really like to see what Rhett looks like. Time for a new transmog. Incorrect. I will try out the 1 button on my Fire Mage because I lag and FPS rips the combo. So yeah. Cool. Let me know how it goes.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I just saw the recolors. Demon Hunter looks badass and Warrior, like usual, looks shitty. They hate Warriors, so yeah. Lust on pull, then go to the other boss. Mama, bust, lust will be ready. Yeah, so it must be a route thing then, because it's usually up well before we get to Mama. Which means we only get 3. I saw Swiftly YouTube short doing the 1-button rotation and actual rotation on his armed warrior, and the DPS difference is minimal. Oh really? Yeah, but does that guy even like play the game seriously anymore? I might have just been doing it wrong the whole time.
Beware. Beware.
If anybody out there is a creator listening to this, though, you should make a video on that. If you play a DPS spec. And I'll give you an even better idea. Do the same thing, do those 2 things, and then add a 3rd one in where you use GSE as well. And tell me the or you know, show that in the video as well. 0 chance he was doing the right rotation? Yeah, I don't buy that. I don't even think he does PvE. He was always a PvPer. People have been simming it versus each other in Discord, and GSE still wins. I'm sure GSE would win just because it doesn't have the debuff thing to it, but I would like to see the actual differences. The 1 button does the exact same DPS rotation for single target Resto Shaman as what I already have macroed. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see how healers work too, because I can't imagine like it makes any sense. Doesn't work on healers. I know, I'm talking about damage spells as healers. Like, how does it work for a Disc Priest? You know what I mean? Or a Fistweaver.
Beware. Beware.
Too many classic players with input on retail every time there's a change. Yeah, it's really embarrassing, honestly. Because people make the classic product like harder and harder to respect every time they open their mouths. Maybe it auto puts pain suppression on the tank. That would be helpful, actually. Let me know if it does that. Classic players care way more about retail than retail players care about classic. Yeah, that's because of those people. Like, it's really hard. It's really hard to understand this like schism that's created in the community. But like, the people who have won are the people who are retail players. If you are still a classic player and hating on retail, you look like a total fucking idiot. The best case scenario for Classic players is to just admit that retail is a totally different game and you play Classic despite knowing that. But there's still people out there who are like, oh my god, lol, retail, so easy. Or like, oh lol, like pay to win game and all this shit. It's like, are you just saying, is that like ironic or what? Like Classic is the epitome of all the things that people used to hate about retail. What happened to Proving Grounds? There was a good way to learn your spec. I don't understand why they removed it. It's still there. I had to use them for the Fire Act. Oh shit. Going the wrong way. I had to use them for the Fire Act encounter, or the legendary thing for Fire Act or whatever. That's my favorite. Every comment on Asmongold video was like, this will be $15 pay to win subscription for 1 button rotation. Right, just like a bunch of fucking idiots who like have never even like, they've never even tried to be good at the game talking about it. I miss the days that talents are a way to play and not something in the background that you have to copy from a website. Yeah, that was always the case though. There was always optimal talents that you would just copy from a website unless you actually just wanted to be an actual like how I play the game, right? Like you can just make your own builds. That's the way I do it. In BFA, I tried to get to over wave 100, but my corruption killed me. Oh, in the Proving Grounds. Old talent system sucks. The new one's way better, yeah, definitely. It's cool. Like the old talent system is very good. The new one's way better, but they're very different. Like the class design is so different that the old talent system works pretty well still. A lot of people don't know how to enjoy or dislike things for what they are individually. Yes, I agree. Yep, very well said. They don't know how to think for themselves either when they make those comparisons. Any classic Andy hating on one button thing is the most ironic thing in the history of ironic things. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just really embarrassing. It's just like it's coming from like a lack of insight that's so hard to stomach when you see it happen.
Beware.
Sometimes I forget the old talent system existed. You mean like the 3 talent thing on each row thing like it was for a long, long time? Because that system really did suck. I'm glad that we have that's gone. It's actually sad, like Mop Remix or Mop Classic, you know, and they're bringing that system back.
Beware.
Most fun rotation in Classic was in TBC with the Warlock spamming AoE Seed of Corruption. Oh yeah. I really enjoyed the Blood Death Knight rotation and the Wrath Clamp. It's actually very fun to play Blood Death Knight and Wrath. I just wish I had Blood Boil.
Beware. Beware.
Wow. Okay. Like 10 years, Mop until Dragonflight. What? TBC Survival Hunter is hella fun. Oh yeah. Yeah, I definitely want to look at Hunter and stuff in those days.
Beware. Beware.
The talent tree version. I think it's more than 10 years, but yeah, it was there for a long time.
Beware.
Explosive shot for retail survival hunter is juicy too. Yeah, no doubt.
Beware.
love any talent that resets stuff. Like, I love that whenever stuff resets. I wish there was a way to make that happen in Wrath easier. Dual Wield Unholy was sweet. Shadowmourne was actually so sad because it forced you to go back to two-hander. Oh yeah, Dual Wield Unholy. That's cool. I like the way it works in Wrath. Death Knight's very unique. Reforging pretty much just existed, so you hit your hit and expertise capped. So yeah. So we were talking about that. There's reforging in Wrath, is it? Where do you do it? I actually don't know where it is. Can you add that thing on your videos to buy you a coffee? There's a donation link down below. The Streamlabs donation is the best way to support the channel if you want to like maximize the amount of money that you actually give me versus the amount that you spend. There's a lot of ways to support the channel, but most of them take a pretty hefty cut besides that one. It's like the most deaths we've had in a key that doesn't have an actual wipe. I don't care what people say. I miss Titan Forging from Legion. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't care what people say either because there's like no legitimate argument for its removal. It's always just people who think they're like way too fucking good at the game that like, well, I needed to have the absolute best game in the video game, the gear in the video game because I'm a top 500 world raider, and that made me have to play the game 50 hours a week. I don't like playing the video game. That's like every argument, basically. Unfortunately. I remember Thunderforge when it was first introduced. Yeah, I like Thunderforging too. I like the concept one way or the other, even if it's not unlimited like it was in Titan Forging. Titan Forging made old raids relevant. I know. That and it also worked so well alongside the bad luck protection with legendaries. Like Legion was without question the king of replayability. There will never be any type of comparison between Legion and any other expansion. The most replayability ever featured. The rest of the 90% player base don't care about the top 500. Fun stuff always gets removed because of balance. And with balance, it's always top end player balance. I was making, like, that's 500 is embarrassingly bad. Like, that's not somebody that you should respect. That's what I was saying. Like, these people who act like they're like insanely good at the video game and because of that they need to like maximize every possible output on their character. It's like, brother, you just play the game, man. Like, shut the fuck up. You're not good at this. It's weird how people act like that though. Like that, I got a bunch of responses on that when I made the video this weekend. You drinking or no? They cleaned it up for the second half, made it less grindy. What? The bad luck protection thing? Well, yeah, definitely, yeah. But you're probably talking about Legion in general. Yeah, with the relic changes and the AP changes, all that stuff, yeah. If we can do Mythic Plus and Legion Remix, that's going to be so good. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to handle that. It'd be very interesting to see Legion Remix and then eventual Legion Classic as well. When is Legion Remix? It's not even been announced yet, but people are assuming that's what it is based on a timeline thing that was posted a while ago. And I think it's supposed to be for the summer, right? Mop Remix strayed so far, it almost felt like it was not Mop. That I would disagree with just because the settings were still clean as fuck, but yeah, I mean, it was totally different gearing-wise, that's for sure. And the fact that there was no challenge modes, I guess, kind of hurt. That's why I assume they probably won't have Mythic Plus and Legion Remix.
Beware.
Hey Metro, what'd you get in your vaults? I got wrists, which are really nice. One of the few hero pieces I still had on too, so that was great. I love the class hall and the sense of identity with the mount and weapons, etc. Right, yeah, they did a great job. Class halls are one of the best like features ever in WoW. A lot of the stuff Legion did felt so important that it honestly felt like there was no way they were ever going to be able to follow it up without just continuing it. And I think they kind of set themselves up for failure there, but it's probably good that they did it anyway because Legion still is looked at as one of the most popular and like successful expansions. Do you think they will ever go back and utilize class halls? I think they will eventually, yeah. Like they go back and utilize locations in certain quest lines and certain storylines that are just important to the world. You know what I mean? And so that's like a lot of those class order halls are just important. Like the Death Knight and the Paladin ones are just like they're important to Azeroth, so they'll probably be featured again at some point. I was expecting guild halls over player housing. Oh, really? Yeah, I guess the player housing thing is a big step backwards for that concept, but... Yeah, okay, there's got to be some kind of record. 16 deaths, I don't think I've ever seen. Without a wipe, I don't think we've seen a 14 with 16 deaths. Although I guess that's usually because people leave. The healer's just offline and pick up. Okay, it's going to be really hard to survive. Yeah, we're dead. We need to solo save this, man. I'm not trying to do this again. Is this resilient? Yes, but I don't care. I think I want to get a different key. I'm gonna have to do the actual mechanics, I think, and just AMS the damage from the tank breaker. I love Pure Dad's legendary from Legion. Oh yeah, that was a good one. Okay. I don't even know what this mechanic does. For the Blood Death Knight Classic, everyone is dead and they try to watch you and they get to watch you be awesome. Yeah. Definitely one of my favorite things about Blood, being able to solo a lot of shit. And looks like we're gonna be alright because we got AMS again. You can walk through the water pools. Oh, okay, it's not like a bad thing to walk in them. This time we'll just icebound it and that's it. Glad to finish that. Cool. And we're still getting transmog. Oh, it's low there, that's why. Every time I level a character, I do the Legion questline for the class mount and title. Oh yeah. Chat, my wife wants another baby. She has baby fever. Do I commit or this too shall pass? What the fuck? Should probably talk to her about that. The warrior boots that gave 2 heroic leaps and you ran fast as hell was my favorite legendary. Yeah, that was a good one. Glad to see you still streaming after all these years. Oh yeah, I'm not going anywhere. See y'all, what's up? AMS is so strong. Yeah, that was the only reason we were able to do that fight. I think DPS players mistiming their defensives a lot this run. Oh yeah, I mean there was a lot of weird deaths in that run. I don't know what the problem was. That's like the most deaths I've seen in a key that is actually finished. Or that isn't, yeah, isn't wipes. I'm just surprised you still have the mental strength left after yesterday's Discord discussion. Yeah, while I was listening to him talk, I couldn't really chat, but like a lot of you guys kept saying that. Like, I love chats like that. Like, oh my god, I love chats like that. I would do that for the rest of my YouTube career if I could. That is way, like, I love stuff like that. Especially when it's like really interesting shit that everybody's interested in as well. I thought you hired an actor. I know, right? Like how crazy that is. Maybe Potato wasn't the only crazy person in that call. I'm definitely a little crazy myself, no doubt about that. I remember Warriors and Legion with a set that had speed on every piece of gear. Oh yeah, that was like an Asmongold thing, right? He always talked about that. The legendary Agrimar Stride as well. Plus the weapon from whatever, Baron Rivendare and shit. Really weird. Now if you did that back then, you'd really love it now because you can get any transmog on any character now. Did Potato get in Discord yesterday? Yep. Yeah, we streamed it. So go look at that. It's honestly crazy. It was really, really enjoyable interaction. I think it would have went a lot better if the guy let you speak more. So that was another common critique that a lot of people levied against him, and I just want to make this very, very clear. I did not want him to let me speak. The whole point of getting him in Discord was for him to give his side of it. Like, I had already done an hour and a half of ranting on this guy at that point without him being able to speak back, you know? So, like, that was me just sitting there and listening. It was not... I did not feel like he was stopping me from speaking. There was one or two times when it was like, okay, well, now I would like to say a thing or two. But yeah, there was the one time definitely where I was like, should we talk about this? And he's like, yes. And I started talking about it, and then he cut me off, and then we immediately switched topics. It was like, all right, that's annoying. But other than that, I didn't, like, there was no issues with that. I felt like you could have reeled him back in because he just kept going off topic. Yeah, like, I was just there to observe. Like I said, like, I just like observing shit. I wasn't there to, like, I wasn't there to interview him or anything. I just wanted to hear what he had to say. At least he admitted that he has a problem doing that. Yeah, that's what I meant. Like, that's why it was so great. Like, he actually seemed pretty self-aware by the end. It was almost like nobody had ever talked to him and let him do that before. Like, I really feel like that was probably really healthy for everybody involved. I hope he agrees with that. He had 2 alternate accounts made a month ago trying to say you both had good points, but he was right. So strange. Yeah, it was really, really strange because he also said, like, look, people are saying things about us. It's like, okay, they're not. It's just you. I could tell, like, literally nobody else but those 2 accounts said anything. Was it proved those were his accounts? I never even asked him, but I guarantee they were. Like, yeah, Painbow was right. Like, you can tell the way the one was typing. The other one wasn't, but that one was, like, typing exactly like him. I don't think it's totally unexpected that he might have friends that, like, communicate very similar, but for the most part, I think it's abnormal. You guys not have friends? They don't have anyone to talk to. What does that mean? I got him to confess there. What? Where? Was very impressed with you yesterday, Metro. You were respectful and let him say his piece. It's important that people don't feel baited or trapped when they show courage coming into a recorded call. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I don't want them to feel that way. The whole point of doing it is the opposite. You know, I want it to be the opposite of that. So I want there to actually be a discussion happening, and I'm glad that was able to be the case. Yeah, the AI. What was that about? But he didn't actually say anything. I don't think you. I'm not sure about that, but. He's not someone I would play basketball with, to be honest. I would have played basketball with him. Exercise changes people, man. You'd be surprised. What happened? The Death Knight didn't take the invite. I'd love for him to try WoW again and get some runs in. Yeah, I was gonna try to like convince him to try to log on. But I ran out of time. I had to go. He replied with the other account and actually looked at his profile. I don't know. I guess I missed that part. You're a good man, Metro. I appreciate that. I'm not really, though, unfortunately. That's the problem. I know I'm not, so I have to try hard to be a good person. Whereas a lot of people don't care if they are or aren't. And so they don't try. The FBI stuff was nuts. Yeah, that was kind of wacky. That was kind of wacky. I highly doubt there was an FBI case. I think I try to like psychologically analyze this situation, and I think what actually happens there is like these things probably did happen, but they didn't get to that level of elevation that he says they did. And maybe somebody else said they did, like, or they said like, oh, you know, the FBI can get involved in this. You know what I mean? It just gets planted in the head, and then it's like, okay, well, now it's reality. And especially with that much time in between them, I don't doubt that for a second. Like, I don't think he genuinely believes it didn't happen. And it's not because he's got like a, you know, whatever people were saying about him psychologically. I think it's just, you know, it's been so long and it sounded like it might have happened at that point, and that's just what the story is now. That's a very charitable view on it. Yeah, I mean, perhaps, but FBI versus the Great Vault, the ultimate showdown. He's also the worst type of person to quit WoW because he didn't actually quit. He still interacts with it in every single day, just in different ways. Yeah, that was a big reason why I wanted to talk to him and hear his thoughts, because people like that are concerning to me. It's very unhealthy to do that. Because now you have a negative relationship with the game, whereas at least if you played it, you might have a somewhat positive, somewhat negative relationship. But since you don't even play it, you can't possibly derive enjoyment from it. You only derive negative emotions from it. I assume the FBI thing was an unrelated stalking case he superimposed. Yeah, like I said, it was probably something that maybe got brought up at the time and could have been real in some other facet, but it was not connected to that situation. He didn't even quit. He was voting with his money.
5, 4, 3.
I think he self-snitched on himself with a lot of the stories and things he told us. So yeah. Metro on the last boss of Trash on Rookery. Do I have to kite those mobs that do the healing debuff? I don't kite anything, so I don't even know what you mean, but no. I guess the answer is no. Ultimately, people know nothing about him or his situation. Right, we only know what he tells us, and that's why it was concerning, because he told us stuff that didn't seem logical. You have the opportunity to say whatever you like in these situations, and then you say that, it's kind of concerning, you know? Like, it's more alarming than concerning, I think. He had enough knowledge about WoW to at least believe he had experience. I'm sure he did play the game. It's not like he'd never played the game before. I think it's, like I said, I think he genuinely just spends too much time consuming things that aren't gameplay. Like, maybe media, maybe forum posts, maybe, you know, influencers. I don't know, but he's listening. I could tell by a lot of the things he brought up. Like, these are common talking points on the forums. The one that really told on him, like the thing that was his biggest tell, was he brought up the I get the same loot over and over again in the Great Vault thing. That is like one of the most common things you're ever going to hear on the forums. And I have never, ever heard anybody outside the forums bring that up. Like, it is so infrequently talked about outside the forums. It's like people are like fucking like delusional. Like, brother, if you get the same loot 3 weeks in a row in a vault, this is like something is wrong with the video game. Like, you got to record that and send that to Blizzard. Like, that's not normal, okay? Like, that's not normal luck. But these people on the forum say that all the time. That, oh, I got the same item 3 weeks in a row. What the fuck? Like, that's what he said. Like, I just lost a week or whatever he said. It's like, I don't buy that. Like, I'm sorry, that just doesn't happen. It's either like the most absurd luck that's ever existed on the face of the planet, and you should just laugh that off, or there's something actually wrong with the game, and if you're reliably running into that, you need to let Blizzard know about that. And then the response on the forums were always like, "Oh, why should I have to tell Blizzard? It's their game. They fucked up." It's like, okay, if you truly believe that, then you should realize why you need to tell them. Because they're either lying about it and obfuscating it and hoping that they can sweep it under the rug, or they are actually just fucking clueless and they have no idea it's happening. One of the two, you need to step in, whatever the answer is. You know what I mean? Like, you either believe that they're consciously adding, like they're watching this happen to people and they're fine with it, and it shouldn't be possible and it shouldn't be accepted, so you need to step in, or they are totally unaware that there is a bug with their RNG machine and they need it to be told to them and shown to them, you know? And I would tell people this like almost every week a post like this would get made on the forums, and I would constantly just post this shit because it's like, this is not a discussion. If you believe the RNG factor in this game is incorrect, is bugged, you need to prove that. Like, you can't just talk about it. It's very, very obvious. If you just document this, then it would get fixed. But zero people ever came forward with that documentation. This was something I used to talk about all the time on the forums. Every fucking Tuesday, there'd be people posting about this shit. I got the exact same item 3 times in all 3 slots. I got that 2 weeks in a row. It's like, okay, brother, if that happened to you, like, come on, man. That's not normal. I got the DOS Cube Trinket in Shyland Season 2 times in a row in Shylands. That's the only time for me. I play every Mythic Plus season. Right, and it's not like it was the only item in there, you know? Like, these people are saying, Bliss, how's it going? These people are saying that, like, they actually aren't getting upgrades 2 weeks in a row. They got duplicate items 2 weeks in a row. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't think you understand how astronomically improbable that is. With 3 slots and that many items in the loot pool. So you say that, it's like immediately like, I can't believe you, I'm sorry. You need to prove this. People made them aware of it and they fixed it. Right, that's what I mean. Like, there's a lot of times that Blizzard just straight up doesn't know shit about their game, which is unfortunate, but it is true. Hardest fight in the game here. And then there's another great example that I always brought up when it was that conversation happening about in Legion, when they claimed that the RNG on the bad luck protection was just like, it was a certain thing, but there was actual cap on how many legendaries you can actually get, and it took like all the world first raiders to come together with proof of that, and they had like, they basically exposed Blizzard, you know, like one of those types of takedown things. Like, look, you're fucking lying about this, you have to fix it now. And if you think that's happening with the RNG machine in Blizzard, then you should do that. Why would you not do that? But it's not going to get fixed just by fucking bitching about it on the forums. Like, you guys are crazy. There's not even proof of it happening. I had a back-to-back sack brute in my vault last season on my 1 week alt vault. I thought it was incredibly unlucky, but didn't even remotely consider going to the forums about it. Like I'm saying, like, if it's so astronomically unlucky and you're complaining about that you think the game's broken, then like, that is proof. You need evidence of that. And if you document it and have evidence of it, then there will be no way Blizzard can't react to that evidence. If you're talking about getting like a 1 in a million chance 3 weeks in a row, like, then we have a serious issue with the game. It's probably not luck, it's probably a bug. Only thing I can say I have seen in 3 weeks in a row of useless items, but that is normal on my team. Right, I think more realistically it's that. People are like, oh, they're using like this ridiculously strong claim to make it sound like it's Blizzard's fault, but at the end of the day, they just kind of got moderately unlucky and didn't get an item they actually wanted. It's not that the game's broken, it just got bad RNG. I can see Blizzard making items you already have less likely to appear in the vault. No, I don't think they would ever do that. Like I said, not on purpose at least. But another famous one that I remember people documenting and kind of getting fixed was there was, I think it was in BFA, there was items that had the same item level but different stat like amounts on them. Like it'd have one more strength than it should have or something like that. And people compiled like a list of all the items and why the numbers were wrong, and Blizzard fixed it. And that's something you can easily say like, well, how the fuck does Blizzard not know this is happening? They have all the internal data on the items. But somehow they don't, I guess. I don't know. They just don't pay attention to it, maybe. They assume it's right without checking. I know it's not a repeat reward, but I have had friends who get capes in all 3 mythic slots. See, that's what I mean. So if you have that happen multiple weeks in a row, then there's something wrong with the game. So that should be extremely unlikely. It was more of an issue when it was the old system of the weekly chest like in BFA. I got 3 shitty rings in a row, but there's only so many slots, so that's going to happen. Right, as long as it's not the exact same 3 rings, but the exact same ring 3 times. Like, just measure the probability of these items happening, and that's, you know, do you think it's absurd? Do you think it's not, basically? Blizzard should let me take all the items from the vault. Why show them to me if I can't take them? I paid for the game already. I finally timed my first Mythic 12, R-Wing. Sweet. Glad to hear that. What key was it? The good old days in BFA where your weekly loot was one and done and you got what you got. Yep. I caved and added the gamer down macro. You caved? That's funny. Dark Flame. Sweet. That's a good one to start with. I can't tell if that was a real comment or being silly. I assume that was being silly, yeah. Considering that was the first comment of the day from that person. I remember getting that terrible workshop tank trinket in my weekly chest 2 or 3 weeks in a row. That felt unlucky. Oh yeah. Yeah, you see, like, it's always about, like, just the reality of things and documenting it. And once you get it, if it's truly a bug or something wrong, like, yeah, then you know, there can be a conversation there that matters. But everybody just basically complains. That's like, okay, well, it's gonna keep happening. If you think it's really a bug, then you need to do something about it. Blizzard's obviously not just gonna change it because you made a fucking forum post about it. What is that Demon Hunter? What is it that Demon Hunter have and Death Knight don't have? They have different utility, I can say that, but outside of that, I'm honestly not sure. Let me go to the forums and post there that I got only next in my Mythic plus 3, my 3 Mythic plus slot 3 weeks in a row. Do it, you'll be surprised. Everybody's gonna be like, this happened to me too. It's like the weirdest fucking shit that it's constantly talked about on the forums. It's the weirdest thing. As soon as he brought that up, I knew he was spending too much time on the forums. Meld skips, right? I guess anybody can do meld, but not everybody can jump and do all that other stuff. Oh, you're talking about because the fact there is only 2 necks or something? Is that what you mean? Demon Hunter is way tankier. Is it really? I'm surprised to hear that. But no, there was people who said they got the same item in all 3 vault slots multiple weeks. Like, that's what I was trying to explain. This guy's probably still in the forums. I can't actually remember his name, but he had this, like, low-level Orc Hunter as his avatar. And he would literally post about this, like, multiple weeks of, like, he would post about this many times in expansion. That he continues to get, like, unacceptable RNG or something like that from the vault. It's like, well, okay, are you going to do something about it, or you're just going to keep making a forum post? It's really annoying. I fucking hated the forums. Like, I thought going and being a part of the MVP program was going to be, like, the best thing I can do to help the game, and it ended up being, like, the worst thing ever for me. Because it's just, like, a bunch of liars who Blizzard's like, yeah, we can't do anything about it because we can't prove they're lying. It's, oh, okay, cool. I was bummed because I bought half Spark using a token last week thinking it was the sad item. So I right-clicked at the vendor and get my tokens back. They used the Spark instead. Oh, that's fine. It's not tankier in terms of self-sustain, just tankier in terms of mitigation. Oh.
Beware.
Vault Mandela effect. Right, that's pretty much what I was saying about that guy. Like, I think he was just hearing these stories and just trusting them. Like, there's absolutely no way they're false. And then you hear the same story a couple weeks in a row. You're like, okay, that's a problem. But you've never actually played the game, so you don't know if it's even happening. People could just lie about it over and over again. I wish we can socket the same SAD works on, but by using extra sparks with no refunds. Oh, yeah. What part of the WoW forums do you find the most entertaining? There's nothing entertaining there. I thought it, like, yeah, nothing nice to say about the forums or the people who frequent it. There's a bunch of people who are just actually just trolling and trying to fucking disrupt the game or something. I don't know what the point of it is. But that's why I was sympathizing with that guy, because he was basically talking about those people without even realizing how severe it was. And it's really bad. The game has a big issue with that in some social media circles. Just like people lying about the game. I don't know why. Like, they just do it to try to like act like they're, I don't know. I can't even figure it out. Like, I tried thinking about it for a long time. It doesn't make any sense. Did you play Blood Death Knight before Legion? Yeah, WoD was when I first started playing Blood Death Knight. Well, I did mop challenge modes on it, but WoD was when I first started playing it like really actively. And WoD challenge modes, I pretty much exclusively played Blood Death Knight, and I did a lot of keys, or a lot of challenge modes as Blood. The post from people saying dragon riding was too difficult at the start of Dragonflight, I couldn't tell if they were trolling or not. Yeah, see, like, stuff like that, like, I don't know. I feel like Blizzard should remove those types of things. So he was right about that. Like, that was one thing that you guys probably thought he was like a wacko on, but like, he's totally right. There's people out there who are like intentionally trolling people, but you can't tell if they're real, like it's real or not, so Blizzard can't action them. Like, you can just be a total fucking idiot and think these things too, and then you would get banned for being stupid, and they can't have that as a company, you know? But in my opinion, they should do it anyway, because it's disrupting conversations. It's not productive for the game. If there was twice as many cloaks on the loot table as there are boots per se, it's not supernatural that you would get more cloaks. Right. That's true. You make such a great point there. Potato believes he is getting trolled in Mythic Plus when he is actually not, and he is getting trolled in the forums, but believes them. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say, yeah. And then there's people who do it by accident too. Like, once somebody says the game's too hard over and over again, then you start thinking like, maybe it is too hard. This guy can't be constantly saying this, right? Like, he wouldn't lie about it. But for some reason, there's like a great sect of people on the forums that just do nothing but lie about the game for, I guess, engagement or something. I really don't get the fascination with it. I think the majority of people posting in the WoW forums are not actually playing the game. I would definitely say that, yeah. I don't know what the percentages are, but it's high for sure. And you can just tell because you can actually, like, at least before, you were able to see their account. I think they made that not possible anymore. But yeah, when I was there, it was like, you can see their account, and I would always, like, anybody who gave an opinion on the topic of a certain thing and had no actual experience in said thing, we didn't get along, let's put it that way. I don't believe his thing about Trade Check being toxic. All I ever see them talk about is their own mental health issues, usually on the Bone Shore cluster. Trade Chat is just, I wouldn't even call it toxic, it's just pointless. It's just like the lowest common denominator fills that chat, so I wouldn't even, like, yeah, just turn that off 100%. There's no reason to use Trade Chat in this game anymore. My vaults have been very odd this season. Seen one mythic weapon across all my raid and mythic plus slots. I haven't seen one yet either. But again, if you do the math on that, it's not improbable. The only time I used the forum was for small bug fixes. Found out my profession equipment was making a "you can't do that yet" prompt appear in red text constantly. Oh, that's interesting. Is that what causes that? I play on Draenor EU. The trade chat is just all crafters looking for work. Oh, good. Whatever. I think they changed the trade chat and it's like a new chat or something, but yeah, either way. I use trade chat every day. I don't do professions, so I need recrafters and crafters. Oh yeah. In theory, Resto Druid should have a smooth time here. Yeah, that should be a good fight for Resto Druid. What makes you say trade chat is toxic? I was just talking about what that guy said. Sorry for off topic. Do you think stair skip is too complicated for 10 runs? I don't like the skip. I want to try it more, but I think if you're going to do it, just bring a Warlock and then it's easy mode. But it seems quite frequently failed based on my research. And the key's way too easy to fuck around with that. Yeah, if you have a Warlock, then there's like no challenge to it at all, so. If we get it again on 15, I'm probably gonna just look into a Warlock doing it. Don't you need Mind Soothe for it? I'm not sure, to be honest, what you actually need, but one way or the other, I watched a bunch of runs of it failing a while back, and it makes me think it's not worth it. Trade chat is all want to sell spam, but there's good bots because I post LFC and get spammed whisper. I can craft that for you. Oh yeah. Anything that makes Warlock feel more important is crucial. Plenty of that out there this season. You do need Mind Soothe, but not with Lock. Oh, really? I will say trade chat has gotten better since the new crafting system actually has a point now. That's a good point, yeah, for sure. Even as early as Classic, it was almost pointless. I usually wait for the slow whisper to send my craft order. Can't support that bot network. Oh, yeah. You can do scare steps without a lock? Yes. In fact, I didn't even know the lock was possible until recently. I think a good answer to should you be doing the stair skip in DFC is to look at what other skips you are doing. This is not a hard skip, but if you're not doing the easiest ones, don't start there. Yeah, that's true. We stayed after the key, and people try for 5 minutes to get the jump. After that, they just don't miss. Oh yeah. Yeah, I've not done it in a key, but yeah, I saw a couple examples of it failing, and that tells me that it's not worth it because the dungeon's just too easy. You definitely don't need Mind Soothe or Lock. Once you know where to jump, it's very simple. Oh yeah. I got offered 200k from my Cursed Keepsake item. I don't even remember where it's from, but I told the guy I want gold worth 20 bucks, and he said, kill yourself. What the fuck? People take it way too serious.
No more Candle King. We can be free. But first,
sometimes it's faster to kill mobs than to do the skip. I also think that the skip is also very overblown in how much time it saves. Those packs, that pack is slow, I agree with, but it's not like impossibly slow. Where's that guy from? What's happening? It's not impossibly slow, and it gives a good amount of count. Oh, we got the wrong side both times. I might die to this. Yeah, I'm gonna die here. Oh. You cannot grab aggro from the horrors when you pull them. Oh, why? I've not seen that happen before. Blockade skip is also good in the niche sections where the tank gets knocked off the platform. Oh yeah. Oh, the horrors. Yeah, no, it was the it wasn't the horrors that we had problems with. It was the AoE shit. Okay, it was just DPS. Okay, that makes sense. I was wondering how the mobs weren't on me. They're fixated on the cart. Yeah, yeah. My bad, I got the wrong mob type. That was not what those guys died to, or that guy died to, I guess. Is WoW more GPU based or CPU based? CPU, yeah. Horror needs one kick and then it will run after the tank. Oh, cool. So where's the cart right now? What the hell? Oh, that sucks. You can handle mobs, you can just run to the end and get the candle. Wasn't Shaman's fault, you had no candle, so dealing 99% reduced damage. Yeah, but I do that all the time. And now you can't get a candle at that point. I see what his point is, but it's not about the 3 million damage, it's just about any damage. Like, you're not supposed to be doing damage there. Just advance the cart while I gather mobs. Computer nerds, would you get an Intel or AMD for WoW? I don't know anything about that, yeah. I would just go with Intel because I like the brands and stuff that they seem to produce. If the card stays above 90%, it won't stop. They just shouldn't have been doing damage, yep. The problem is the rogue is baiting him into DPSing with tricks. Oh yeah. I'm hearing AMD is becoming the choice over Intel recently. Not sure why. Probably because people are being paid to say that. Like, I highly doubt there's significant difference between them. Not a fan of Intel after the microcode fiasco. What is that? What's the most you've seen here, guys? I did 18 once. Of the enemies? I have no idea. Morbid Flower, what's up, big welcome? Their 13 and 14 generation is frying themselves. Is this timer fine? No, it's probably not time. AMD is far superior for games. Intel for processing power. Oh yeah.
Darkness descends.
I just buy AMD because I have no bad experience with it. Neither did I for Intel. But when I built my PC, I could notice better motherboards for AMD. Oh yeah. Frying themselves and also oxidation issues during processing. Oh yeah. Is that still a problem, or is that something that's still happening? Like, I don't know. Sounds like it would be really bad to have happen. On the flip side, my i5 Intel card has been playing WoW for the last 7 years. Yeah, I don't know what I actually have, but I've had Intel the whole time and never had a single. Like, my CPU dominates, but my graphics card is usually the thing that kind of struggles in the builds I've had. I think my graphics card is solid this time around, but I think it's probably still the weak link in the PC because they're always so damn expensive. I cheap out a bit, knowing that
Beware.
there's not much need for WoW. But then I remember when I got Dark Souls 3 on my first PC, it was like totally unusable, even though WoW was fine.
Beware.
They rolled a BIOS fix to most motherboards. Good. It came with new NVIDIA cards. They are melting power connectors. Oh, really? It's the same with new NVIDIA. Dark Souls 3 goated. Yeah, really, really, really good game, especially at the time. Elden Ring, I would say, is better nowadays, but Dark Souls 3 is still really good. 8th gen Intel 5 runs WoW great for me. Got it 7 years ago. Nice. Is it just me, or did Metro's voice get quieter? No change on my end. Somebody else brought that up, but it might just be that I'm a little bit farther away from the mic today. Just opened my vault and got BIS trinket. Eye of Kazan. Nice.
Beware.
Saves you the dinar next week. I installed i9 900K a few years ago. It's solid. Sweet. Did you build your own PC? No, I got it through iBuyPower.
Beware.
At the time, there was like no ability to get graphics cards because people were doing crazy dumb shit with them. And they were the only place you can get graphics cards, so that's why I got them. And ever since I've been stuck. I've been in like, I enjoy their stuff now. I've bought a few things from them.
Beware.
Dinar, next week is when we can buy the raid item tokens. Yeah. I also went with iBuyPower. Yeah, I like their product. It's like actually, like me and Siler did the math on it, and it was actually like, I think it was like $2 cheaper than buying all the parts individually as well. So it's like kind of crazy. I guess they get such a good deal on their parts that they end up saving you money by buying it. But one factor that I didn't recognize when I was building the PCs that somebody eventually told me about is that they use like extremely bad cooling units, like very chintzy, I guess, or something. I've had 2 cooling units fail from them. That's the only complaint I have. So now every time I'll just use, I guess I'll have to upgrade on that by default. All these numbers and letters runs everything I play just fine. That chip is 12 years old. Nice. Yeah, we upgrade that even with that guy DCing. They cheap out on the power supply too usually. Oh, really? I have luckily not ran into that issue. Oh, you were the rogue. Sweet. Yeah, you did really well. Thanks. You carried that run. I never do water cooling. Yeah, water cooling. I did that the first time and that was a terrible mistake.
I have an extended supply.
I used to have an iBuyPower PC and my power supply gave out on me. Huh. Interesting. How long ago was that? I think maybe I usually upgrade the power supply because when my first PC, I didn't actually, like, the power supply that I got just straight up didn't have enough to run the PC, so I had to do it on my own. But yeah, I guess the hint there is to just always upgrade those 2, unfortunately. Alright, we got Rogue, Unholy, and Ellie. For the US, have tariffs hit PC parts yet? I don't know. I haven't ever, like, I don't know the last time I actually bought PC parts. Long time ago. That spreadsheet is the GOAT. I'm glad that you like it. I wish that more people would use it, but I'm 3 off for Resilient 14, and the reroll actually gave me 1 of the 3. Oh, sweet, Grant. I just build my own, super easy and cheaper. Yeah, it's not cheaper, that's the thing. We looked it up, I built 2 PCs on there and both of them were, it was actually cheaper to buy it on there. It was, I remember looking at it, it was $2 cheaper, which was kind of nuts. You have a video on how to use the spreadsheet, right? Yeah, it should be in the description. Question for serious players, would you upgrade a weapon you got with Valor Stones and Crest, or just wait 1 week and buy the BIS fist weapon? Can you get a fist weapon with dinars? Where is that from? Is there a way to export Warcraft logs runs into your spreadsheet? It doesn't. There's nothing on Warcraft logs that you would want to export, really. You just gotta do it manually. I don't think there's any ways around that. Muggsy and Carnage have fist weapons. Oh, okay, so it's not just trinkets from the raid, but it is from Mythic Plus. I ordered mine custom built from @Dan, but it's taking a little bit longer. He's waiting for some parts. Oh god.
I will do my duty.
That's funny.
Stay vigilant.
That bomb person, that guy, I'm pretty sure that guy struggled in our key, didn't he? Trinkets are still superior, aren't they? I mean, if you need them, yeah. You might not need them, though. You might already have them. I read that Muggsy Molten Knuckles were going to be purchasable with dinars, did you? I have a hard time not using legendary weapon transmogs for Death Knights. There's a good amount of them now, yeah. I think you put the wrong spec on the sheet, unless the details icon is wrong. Oh, you're right. I put assassination, but it's outlaw. Thanks for pointing that out. I probably made that mistake more than once this season. If anybody ever sees me do that, definitely alert me to that. Especially with like Rogue and Warlock and stuff. Sometimes I get confused when I look at it real quick. Fire Laugh? Yeah, that one's not my favorite. It's quite small, but it's alright. Cantrip weapons should be purchasable. Is there just none in Mythic Plus? Is that why there aren't any for Mythic Plus? I still don't have Bomb Suit from last boss. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that, I guess. Give that a try. Ooh, Rogue and Warlock, second rate specs, yeah. The name is misleading. I was Sin in Shylands. Yeah, that's why I saw the name, honestly, and that's what confused me. Sizes and everything? Depends on the person, I guess. You probably answered this a million times, but is there any way to get that spreadsheet? Yep, yeah, it's in the description. I would encourage everybody to use it. I think they said Mythic Plus dinars only give trinkets. I wish they got necklace too. Yeah, it's only trinkets from Mythic Plus. I'm not really sure why that's the case. Is Subtlety Rogue any good? I tried it in Shadowlands, but never went back to it. I'm not sure. I never played it. The answer to why there aren't for Mythic Plus is because the system wasn't designed with that in mind. Otherwise, they could add stuff from Workshop, but I don't think anyone uses it. Oh yeah, there is items in Workshop, yeah. That's it. I'm changing to Armageddon. This is actually Conquest, which is a different weapon, but yeah, it goes really good with this color scheme of this transmog. Sub is decent. Really bad damage outside of CDs though, so not good for pugging. Don't pick it. Okay. I'm just talking about for myself for getting a bigger sword. Oh yeah, I like the largest like transmog sword possible. You can only get trinkets with Mythic Plus dinars? Correct, yeah. Metro, give me your strength. I need to resist getting back into Hearthstone. Oh, that's easy. That game sucks. No strength required. I went on there recently and it's just like a total mess. It was actually like legit, really fun at one point.
Beware.
If they have Hearthstone Classic, let me know. Isn't there a classic mode in Hearthstone? No. They need classic D3. Oh, really? It's funny how Diablo 3's popularity was like at an all-time low at one point, and now it's like just slowly getting more and more popular. I guess people really don't like Diablo 4.
Beware.
No idea how you didn't lose Purgatory there. Yeah, me neither, to be honest. There used to be a classic mode and the 3 others, but they got rid of them because Blizzard. Oh, really? I just mean like remove all the cards and all the weird shit that goes on in the game now.
Beware.
Spirit Link saved it? No, the Spirit Link actually was incidental. We didn't need it. I just got low enough and just parried, I guess, right after I got low and survived it with District.
Beware.
5 million HPS is a lot, yep. Yeah, we got hit real hard there. Obviously, it's not surprising though. These packs hit hard.
Beware.
I think the Spirit Link was a reaction to Metro almost dying. Yeah, it was, definitely, you can tell. I kind of panicked. Didn't realize I was fine at that final one. I didn't even use the pot. I was going to use the pot there, but I didn't even need to.
Beware.
I haven't seen that totem in a while.
Beware.
Metro, if Curry wins Finals MVP and wins the championship, does he belong in the GOAT conversation? I don't know. I don't really pay much attention to that kind of stuff in basketball. I don't think that's going to be happening, but you never know.
Beware.
It's to be a bar fight. Good.
Do you always skip that corner back? Yep. Yeah, there's not a lot of options that are like easy to skip in this dungeon, so the ones that are, you gotta take advantage of it. Metro will purg in one of the 2 pulls after the first boss for absolutely no other reason than not fully paying attention when the pack is almost dead. Yeah, that's like the most common. Yeah, that happens more frequently than it's ever had before in this expansion. Boss is brutal to heal. Oh yeah, I look at it as probably one of the hardest to heal in the season, but I don't ever see too many issues on it anymore. It was a lot of big issues recently, but
Here is to support your one meal for tomorrow. You do great work for the community.
thanks a lot. I really appreciate that. Turtle, wow, is that talking about the private server, or is that just a coincidence? Thanks a lot. I appreciate that. Either way, $10, very generous. Is using the engineering flamethrower here worth it? I have no idea what it even does. How did you feel about Blizzard removing the wall jump skip in Cinderbrew? I didn't even know it existed until it was removed, pretty much. Stuff like that is definitely not the way it should be.
Beware.
I don't like that Blizzard forces you into awkward RP moments. Yeah, I mean, that's just how the dungeon is made, though.
Time for happy hour. Where's my drink?
The flamethrower was bugged and would do 100 million DPS. Oh, really?
Where's my drink?
When was that?
Beware.
Break it up!
Beware.
Break it up!
The bug allowed you to non-stop use it. Oh, well, when was that, though? Because I definitely never saw anybody talk about that.
Down smooth.
Beware.
Goes down smooth.
I gotta start actually trying out the music in WoW. This is a banger. Oh, I know this dungeon, and really this whole season has such insanely good music.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here signed some papers he didn't read. And now Goldie Baron-Bottom is big.
Nobody knew. The Tattles made a video on a push group abusing it and got fixed shortly after. Ah, okay.
Help me, please. Get my
Beware.
meeting back.
Is it like an item in this dungeon or something? I don't even understand what you guys are talking about. Or is it some actual engineering thing that works everywhere, but just bugged in this one place? Hey Metro, do we have to refarm our gear current next week? No. We just have to upgrade it. The crafting stuff needs to be recrafted though, from what I've heard. It lies on the ground close to where you are. Oh, really? You ever hear a bardcore music? No.
Beware.
You gotta one-up them during the end of season review and sing an even better song. Well, there's no actual lyrics in these songs, so we can't really match it. That was stupid. I should have combined this. I don't know what I was doing. Just standing there, not fighting stuff. Almost no healers have engineering, so they can't pick it up. Oh, is it only a healer thing? Or was the bug? The healers required it, I see. We got some new tech in here. Let me see if this is common knowledge. Alright. Current music played with medieval instruments. There's a banger cover of Toxicity out there. Oh yeah, I've heard about those. I'm not a big fan of that kind of stuff, to be honest, but I do like a string quartet covering a song or something like that. I had a bunch of my favorite albums done as like a string quartet. Really cool.
Beware.
It's good for driving. It's like calm, relaxing music.
Beware.
Most people rolled like Gob or some gnome healers to do it. For fuck's sake, lol. Gnome. That's when you know you're desperate for an exploit, you play gnome. It does less DPS than an actual DPS would do, so no need to keep channeling it. Oh, I see. It was just for the healer, I get it.
Beware.
Harry's favorite race is female gnome. Yeah, he's a weirdo. He also names his characters after like vagina phrases. Really strange.
Oh no, my stills! They bypassed the filters! It's running too hot. The mead will be substandard.
I'm Worgen Hunter with engineering, so I guess I can leave it alone then. Oh, yeah.
But there'll be more of it.
I was laughing seeing Harry begging to get in the call. I don't know what he would have said to him. He came out of nowhere. I haven't talked to him in a while. He knows what he likes, I guess. Yep.
She's ruining everything.
I showed you drive a Ferrari. No. I feel like Metro drives a van. No. I just have an old car that I almost never use it anymore. The only time I like drive regularly is to go down to play basketball on Sundays, but I have to take the turnpike around here, and that costs like a bunch of money, so I always take my mom's car because she has like the Easy Pass thing, so it's like way cheaper. Outside of that, I use my car maybe like once a week. Walk down to the park to play basketball, don't golf anymore, and yeah, the only travel I do is to play basketball on Sunday, but not me driving. You can skip the second corner pack here by jumping on the barrel when you hit the corner. No effect needed. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we tried that and it failed. I remember having some issue with that. We tried like a bunch of these ideas early on, it didn't work out. How did you break the golf addiction? I didn't. I don't have anybody to golf with anymore. The golf course I used to go to all the time closed. And that was pretty much like the only place around here that I can golf alone whenever I wanted. And yeah, there's very few options for me to golf alone now. And the only other place I can go is only like available in the after mornings basically. And it's very far away. It's like 35 minutes away, and it costs a lot more money than the other place too. Not really worth it. So I got back into basketball. I want to get into golfing. Yeah, it's a really fun. I would recommend everybody who doesn't already have a physically attuned hobby to get into golfing, honestly. Especially because it's something you can do like until you're basically like you can do it into your hundreds. Like some people golf as long as they're alive, you know what I mean? So I would really recommend it. If you have nothing to engage your body and only play video games, it's something that would really help you out. We need an app that does sport pugs for your local country. Yeah, I wish it was easier. Only physical activity I get is from work, but it would be nice to walk around the course. Yeah, golf is also very serene. Very calming at times. I know it can be looked at as the opposite, but if you just chill out and try to have fun, then it's a very calming sport. Just sit there and listen, especially if you can play alone. Like, playing alone is like insanely good. Being able to just walk, like if you were actually alone on the course, it would be like the most serene thing you could ever do sports related. Being able to enjoy most things alone is highly underrated. Yep, I agree. Metro was an avid screaming rager prior to playing golf. The serenity of this fort changes you for the better. Just having some exercise that actually connects you to the world that we live in is pretty important. I had not realized how important it was until I had lost it. Golf takes 3 hours to actually play. Golf takes 3 hours, but actual play time is like 10 minutes, right? It's like a lot of just kind of waiting and hopefully relaxing along the way. You're playing Blood, my favorite DK DPS spec. Wise words, Metro. Living is more than just going to work and coming home to play games. Yep, I agree. Did you time the Floodgate? The 14? No, we didn't time either of them, no. Okay, that was... that guy bailed me out there. That was the wrong direction. The 15? Oh, no. We're not going to be... I really don't think we're going to be timing any 15s, honestly. What add-on is the one that says physical damage? It's called the damage type weak aura. I have it in my UI video. Have you noticed this boss spawning the ads underneath him lately? No, that's only happening if you're, like, if he, where he wants to spawn them is against a wall and they can't spawn there. The run seems timeable, does it? I guess we'll find out. We have only one death, so you'd hope. Does anyone know when Season 2 ends? No, I'm not sure Blizzard even does. We don't even have Season 3 on the PTR yet, so...
Beware.
Anyone into matches? All the craze right now, but I love coffee. Oh, matcha. What is matches? Hey, Metro, any tips on how to improve Mythic Plus? I just started and I'm kind of lost. Tried looking at replays, but I can't tell much from it. I can offer, you know, help with that if you want. If you record a run and you find that you can't figure out what the problems were, but you know there's problems, I'll happily take a look at it. So you can just send that to me and I'll get around to it eventually. I'll try to make it a thing to prioritize those, but you know, there's a lot of stuff submitted, so.
Beware. Beware.
I got addicted to yerba mate tea. Oh yeah. Ah, what the hell? I just interrupted nothing. I heard that's how it all started for Potato. Oh, really? Shit. You might time this, man. Timer isn't looking too bad, oh no. Well, we'll see. I guess that only one death, you'd hope, but we had a very, very, very good run last week as well, and we still didn't upgrade it. One of the mistakes we made was we aggroed this pack, so hopefully that won't happen this time. What mouse do you use? Razor Naga. Seems like this Potato guy just needed a friend to talk to. Yeah, I was happy to help him with that. Speculation is mid to early August. Yeah, who knows? Nobody knows, really. Like I said, I don't think even Blizzard knows.
My bees! You put them in cages! They should be free gathering pollen in the forest!
We have to lock up your bees. Letting them be free range was too much labor.
Yeah, we didn't aggro the pack.
Beware.
That helps.
Just makes their honey spicier. Right, Bang? Bang!
Beware.
Somebody remind me after this. There's a new download, a new client for wowp.io. I gotta get that going.
Beware.
Six weeks of dinars and vision events, so that'll be a month and a half. It's definitely gonna be longer than that. Like I said, it's not even on the PTR yet. It hasn't even been announced. Like, we don't even know what the fucking patch is yet. The wall skip was in this room. Yeah, I know. I remember. I guess this season 3 will be August or September. Oh yeah. I would love to upload on WoWP, but just too complicated. Oh, really? Why? What's complicated about it? Hopefully, Taldazar comes back. Oh god, that would be amazing. Don't think it will, but that'd be crazy. Pugged that AOTC last week. Still can't believe 10 dungeons give better vault loot than heroic raid. Oh yeah. Yeah, there's a big problem with Mythic Plus looting. That's a good, like, that's another problem with it, to be honest. I know you don't watch soccer, but you're talking about soccer, gotcha. You're not interested, sorry. Uncapped Crush, sheesh, I'm gonna be farming it. Yeah, it's a good time to catch up if you're behind it all. Does look like timer's pretty clean here, huh? This is gonna be close, you think? Yeah, I guess if we have no more deaths, I think it's fine.
out my bomb there.
So smart to stack the puddles. Yeah, it helps a little bit. It's hard to do.
And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving
I switched from Bear Tank to Death Knight. It's so different. Oh yeah, wildly different.
rock-headed friend who's boss.
Beware. Beware.
Believe. You gotta believe. Yeah, that's a good one. Clever.
Beware.
Let's go. Hopefully. I think, yeah, as long as we don't have any deaths, it's easy. Like, we crush this key, actually.
Beware.
Which would be funny if this was actually our first upgraded 15 after all this time.
Beware.
Yeah, our damage is insanely good in this key. I'm telling you, man, our K-Mage is one of the best damage dealers in the game right now. Oh, you guys are all saying this is like joke mode. Yeah, alright, sweet. Watch me DC or something. Don't worry, there's ways to fuck it up. You are not a bee. You are not behaved. That one is just way too much of a stretch. With the 15 Cinderbrew, you should get invited. No problem. Maybe. We'll probably just keep doing our key though at this point. It's hard to believe they got buffed the other week. Arcane Mage, oh yeah.
But now you're dealing with the BEO herself.
The BEO, here it comes.
You won't be taking this meadery from me.
I always make sure to take a priest for Cinderbrew. They can mind control a yes man. Yeah, to be honest, I probably should have did that. It makes a difference for sure. Hey Mansoor, welcome. Fingers crossed. Yeah, unless we wipe to the boss, it's an upgrade. I think even if we have some deaths, it's fine. We got 2 battle reses up. What race are you playing as? Do you mean in game or? I'm playing as Night Elf, yeah. In real life, I'm human. I expected better behavior from you going forward. Go on.
Beware.
IRL, he is Arthas. I wish I could be, honestly. I think Goldie has the best line set of any dungeon NPC this expansion. Oh, really? That's a stretch. It was some, well, maybe the whole expansion. Yeah, maybe, honestly. It's some clever shit, at least. But it's also really lame. And there's 2 deaths. That guy's just DC'd or something? No, I'm just gonna wait to take it. The BEO, yeah, that's good, right?
Beware.
Can't believe they made a boss based on Beyonce. Is that really what it is? Why? Oh, what the hell was that D&D? Where'd that go?
Beware.
BBM, beware. Good one. Also good one. You pull like an old man, pull more. I pull pretty aggressively in this dungeon, actually. A lot of people criticize me that I'm too aggressive. 2-minute warning, take a knee and run out the clock. Yeah, looks like we got it, unless something crazy happens right now.
Beware.
So here's one of the hardest. I'd say it is the hardest, so that's crazy. That was our first upgrade. 16 points. Pretty nuts. Yeah, that's definitely the hardest one in my opinion. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. First 15 being that one, huh? I've tried Cinderbrew 15 6 times with Wrestler Shaman and bricked them all, yep. Yeah, that was a really good damage group too. Metro goes from I don't think we'll time 15 this season to timing the 15. Yeah, no, I mean, I didn't think we would, honestly. I never would have expected it to be that one, to be honest. But part of the reason I don't expect it to be timed is because the bosses usually just like take people like into a weird gameplay where they just like fall apart on easy shit, and that actually happened on the last boss, but it didn't happen anywhere else. And I actually think that dungeon might be the best dungeon for that not happening, because even though the timer is tight and the trash is really, really hard, the bosses in there are actually they might be the easiest ones as like a slew. Can you hover over overall damage? Well, for my actual overall, lowest DPS is 3.9, and that's the
Metro, what do you
spec,
think
right?
is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death
Thanks a
Knight.
lot, date Mike. 5 gifted memberships. Didn't you do that yesterday too? I didn't get to thank you. Thank you very much for that. That was yesterday during the stream. I didn't even have it turned on, but I appreciate you guys who donated yesterday too. Well, first 15 in the books, that's cool. Now we'll see what we got. Yesterday because the interview was quality. Today as a celebration. I always watch while I'm at work. I have a great time. Well, I appreciate that, man. That means a lot. Congrats on the first 15. Thank you. 3.9 is like a standard for timing 15s. Oh yeah, well that's a pretty high volume dungeon, so. But yeah, that was pretty good. So, theater. Alright, just fucking throw it in, I guess, and try 16 for a bit. And yeah, at worst it's 15, and then at worst it's 14. Are you pretty close to the Gilded achievement? I don't even know.
Moss walls play a vital role in the upkeep.
Okay, so we need a very specific comp for this. Demon Hunter is included in that comp. We need, oh, I invited a mage. Well, that means we need a very specific comp now. I don't even know that we can do this with a mage. You're just picking the first ones. No wonder you brick. What does that mean? Am I BMing when I leave 10 to 12 keys when people have no clue what's happening in a dungeon? Yeah, you should only leave if the group leader wants to stop. Okay, so I think we have to take priest, healer. Oh, sorry, I would have taken you if I saw you there. That would actually, yeah, shit. So now we need druid and warlock, right? Or priest and warlock. That's all we can take. Or I mean, shaman and warlock. There's warlock. Let the key be up a bit. Nah, I don't really care one way or the other. I don't want to sit here all day and do nothing. And now we need yeah, just druid or shaman pretty much. Those new risks carried the 15. Congrats. Yeah, I'm glad I upgraded them. I've done keys enough to know it doesn't matter who you pick or how long you wait. If pugs are going to kill your key, they're going to kill it. Yeah, there's like, yeah, too much said around it. I think it doesn't really make a big difference. Either way, Skate, I don't really care, man. So thanks for the, I guess, the advice, but I'm not worried about it. Like, it's not like I'm picking people who are not qualified for the key. Sometimes I do, but if you have arcane mages, you need to pull trash on boss for funnel. Otherwise, they do 0 DPS. Well, we didn't do that in the last key, and that guy did a lot more than 0. I really think arcane is the actual best damage dealing spec in the game right now. I guess it's hard to play though, or something. I don't know. Only difference is it makes you waste 10 minutes of your time to fill a depleted key, right? No, we don't need Soothe. Okay, we'll grab the Druid. Today's stream really showed how volatile Mythic Plus is. We went from not timing a 14 Flood with 20 deaths to timing a 15 Cinderbrew. Yep. Yeah, the Pug World's wild, right? Is got a big entry gap, I feel. Once you understand it, it's pretty simple. Arcane. Oh, yeah. Alright, Skaterade, I'm gonna mute you then since you can't stop talking about this. Do people think there's some sort of skill threshold where good players wait X amount of time? It doesn't even matter. I don't know what this guy's even on about. Arcane is great funnel. Those 3 DPS specs you had in the last key have some of the highest skills or ceilings, I guess, in general for DPS. Yeah, I agree. I think that was a really good comp. Was that your key? Yeah, we only do our own key now, which is crazy. That alone is crazy, right? Update your client? Why do you keep saying that? What is that? Oh, you're talking about WoW OP. Shit. Yeah, too late now. Maybe now you got a 15 on the board, you'll get invited to more. I'm just going to keep doing my own key at this point. Self-running made Mythic Plus tolerable for me this season. It feels insanely better. Yeah, I agree, actually. It's a lot nicer. You're always invited if you're... Yeah, the nicest thing about doing your own key is I don't have to sit here and fly around doing golf for 20 minutes in between every dungeon. I've been watching and I never hit subscribe. Oh, no worries. No worries at all. I think most people who watch aren't subscribed, and that's not a problem in my eyes. As long as you show up and be a part of the chat and all that, then I don't mind at all. Arcane is also crazy fun, very RNG heavy since it doesn't have 100% crit like the other specs and 40% chance every blah blah blah. Nice. Where should I go to eat? Oh, Taco Bell, yeah. There's only the one option. Chili's if you want a higher end thing, and Taco Bell if you're just looking for fast.
Welcome, one and all, to the theater of pain! It seems these upstarts think they can compete with the best combatants in all of the Braxtons!
Thanks for sub. There's the sub. Thanks. No Taco Bell where I live, sadly. I would move, yeah. Get the fuck out of that shithole. I'm still mad Taco Bell got rid of the 2 steak taquitos you can buy that came with the salsa. Oh no, I didn't even start eating Taco Bell until like the end of season 1. It was funny. Chef Tex. Thanks, I appreciate that. I gotta remember to do it in between keys.
Update your client.
But now that we like join and leave keys so quickly, it's like hard to remember to do stuff in between keys. Spicy potato soft tacos all the way. Oh yeah, I don't actually have those ever, but are they better than the stuff with like meat? Bring back the triple XL burrito. It was their best item. They've had so many unique items, right? I sent that super chat 8 minutes ago. Oh wow, really? Well, I appreciate that. Sometimes it delays for some reason. The potato tacos are very good, IMO. Oh yeah. I like the sauce that there's on them, but I like the potatoes in general, to be honest. But yeah, I would rather have the meat as well. Honestly, I miss the double-decker tacos. They were my go-to. Oh, really? What is a double-decker? What was on it? I need to make a petition to bring Taco Bell to Norway. Yeah, you do. My friend Hybrid Panda actually did that, or my acquaintance. Anyway, a guy I used to play WoW with. He did that. He like his town petitioned, or where they kept going to like city council meetings and shit to try to get. I think he lived in like Brighton or something like that. I don't know these shitty places in England, but anyway, yeah, he kept going to like city council meetings to get Taco Bell in his area or something like that. Was that the taco within the taco? I think that still exists. That's called the maybe they still have it then. I don't know, because there's a taco, like a soft taco inside a hard taco, or other way around. But double decker was a crunchy taco with a soft taco wrapped around it. Oh yeah, they still have that. Yeah. That's like a basic menu item. The gordita crunch is my favorite item, actually. I think I really love like the soft, whatever it is. It's like a, I don't even know what it is, but it's really nice. Cheese instead of beans now. Oh, is that the big difference? The beans.
How unexpected! It seems our little pups have some bite after all.
Not 2 deaths on the first boss. Not great, but at least it was just 1 person.
The real trials can begin.
Just boomkin things. Yep. Fucking bombkin. Getting killed on the first fight twice. Why does this happen, man? It's so annoying.
Let your weapon speak for you.
Not gonna lie, I always preferred Taco Bell burritos over tacos. Oh yeah. A lot of people complain about the Taco Bell burritos because they're oftentimes like they don't seal very well, so it's like very soupy in there, and things spill out. Compared to like Chipotle or Pancheros is the place I usually go to. But I don't care. Their items are so good. I don't care what else goes wrong. I've never seen the mini boss take that long. Yeah, that long was definitely the most I've seen, but I have seen it do that a lot for some reason. You got that meta comp minus the tank. Yeah, just a coincidence. It's actually just what we needed for the group to work. I didn't invite Priest on purpose. I actually should have invited the Shaman. If my burrito doesn't bust on my chin, I don't even want it. Oh, that's kind of a weird thing to say out loud. Bring back the snack wrap from McDonald's, so they don't have that anymore. Do you prefer Shaman over Priest? Definitely, yeah. It was worse when you read it out loud, Metro. Yeah, that's why I said it was bad to read out loud. That's what I meant. Their nuggets are supposed to be real good. Yeah, they're actually quite good, yeah. Okay, I guess this guy doesn't know how to do the skip. The fuck are we even doing right now? 16, that's crazy, man. This is why I didn't think we'd ever upgrade 15. Don't you have to stand close to the edge to use the lock portal? Yep. What was that mage thinking? Who knows? Like I said, man, these, a lot of the damage dealers just get carried their whole way up. These are all 3,300 players, by the way. That warlock is 3,307. I'm gonna figure out how to place the portal. The mage who walked into the boss, 3,327. Yeah, the idea that like it gets better the higher you go is true to some degree, but nah, not really. People get carried the whole way. It's crazy. Wait until you see the 3.3k story I left in Discord. Oh yeah. Do you have it recorded? Because if not, I usually don't read those. Gets a bit. It feels like a bit of a tease if there's not a video. Look at them arguing. Took you 2 fucking minutes to figure it out. It didn't scuff the key though. It took 30 seconds. Chill. The guy, he says it wasn't the reason you died. Did you not see how he died? He walked into the mini boss. Yeah, we still have 15th tier. That's why I did the 16. Normally I wouldn't do that, but this is why I have no respect for DPS. Yeah, I get why you wouldn't, to be honest. Mage suiciding on the mini boss shaved more time off the timer than the lock figuring it out. Obviously, yeah. At what point of the key level is when you need to start playing with the group instead of pugs? I don't think that ever exists, honestly. I'm sure like once you get up into the absolute cutting edge, there would be no reason to stay with pugs, but I think for the most part, you can pug the whole way. I watched LB Ninja yesterday and he was doing a 15 rookery. They discussed that they would do the skip and the warrior wasn't able to do it. He died, but the tank pulled before he can res and depleted it. He instantly said that that is something for Metro. Yeah, I mean, he probably has it recorded. He was streaming it, right? It's funny. Okay, we got a Theater 16 in the books, but not even finished. The last time we ran with a Disc Priest. That was a while ago. Disc Priest, Aflock, Arcan Mage, and Star Druid. I did my first 12 theater a week ago. Was so nice not having to deal with the BS affix. Yeah, I bet. Those affixes really suck. Okay, Warlock. Takes a minute to figure out how to drop portal or skip. So, Pappy, Churro, runs into mini boss and dies, causing wipe. Okay. Also, I think you listed the Bombkin as feral in your chart. I probably did because I copy pasted it from the previous feral druid. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay, Bombkin, and also we gotta download that Shit. There it is. Okay, where is that? 17 are title right now, so by definition you can't just press W and do them. Or everyone could get the title. I think everybody can get the title. It's just about patience and like minimizing your failures. I'm going on vacation for 2 weeks. Gonna grind my way to 3K finally. Work have been too busy for pushing. Oh yeah, well cool. Good luck. If you have any questions, let me know. That was the same age as the last run. Yeah, it must be, because he recognized me, but it didn't seem like it was a viewer, so that must be why. Yeah, we actually just have the client on our desktop now, right? Yeah. Strange. Getting title seems to be a mental game more than anything. I agree, yep. It's about patience and dedication and a lot of hours. I think it's as much about hours as it is about skill, to be honest. Okay. Metro Stanlane or the other hero talent? I do Deathbringer, yeah. Do you think it's reasonable to pug all the way to the top 0.1%? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, a lot of people pug. Liz, long time no see. How you been? Your stream yesterday was a wild ride. Yeah, how fucking nuts was that? That was one of the craziest things I've ever had on the channel. Why don't they publish client on Curse for download? Oh, do they not? I don't even know. I just got it from their Discord automatically. Well, it's not an add-on, so maybe that's why. Limbs, if you wanted to come to the 15 too, though, let me know. I'll get you in for sure, because we definitely need a shaman. But if not, no worries. I was actually shocked at how many like viewers that had yesterday though, and the VOD, and how many views it got afterwards. I thought like that kind of video and content would be like something that was really unpopular, but it actually was the most popular thing we've done in a long time. It's crazy how you keep bashing DPS while tank is literally joke mode and keys under 18. I'm literally 3.5k as DPS and tanking is just chilling. You don't have to maximize rotation and you can't finish your sentence. Gotcha. So how do you recognize the fact that that guy just walked into a mini boss and thought that was okay? And Darian says, I'm gonna head off. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks. It was very entertaining. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. What we got? Shaman. Warlock. We need Warlock. I mean, like, I don't know if you're just not hearing what we're talking about on the DPS, but we're not bashing them for doing their rotation. We're bashing them for making ridiculous mistakes that they should have learned a long, long, long time ago. There really isn't much rotation optimization in the game anymore. Like, everything is a series of basic rules and procs, so yeah. That's literally the truth. You can ignore almost every mechanic as a tank, and you have basically healer rotation. Yeah, I mean, it is true, but that has nothing to do with why I'm talking about the DPS. Are you aware of that or no? Metro, I know you're busy, but I need to say this now. I think you're my father. Why? Based on what? If you want to talk about that, let me know. I've heard a few people levy that accusation recently, but... Oh, Faxy's in the queue. I will get Faxy in 100%. And then we just need a... Actually, we're good. Yeah, we got Bloodlust, so now we can take something that could do the skip. So that is Demon Hunter. Just how cool that would be. It would be cool, right? Yeah, I wouldn't mind being somebody's father, I guess, as long as they played WoW. Yeah. And don't want anything from me, I guess, especially. Yeah, because like Anakin kind of got away with it, right? Like he didn't even pay child support his whole life, didn't even know he existed. Did you see the new GTA 6 trailer? No, I don't play that. I don't have any interest in that, like genre or whatever you would say. The only thing I want from you is for you to link the route. All right, well that's unfortunately our relationship over. It's cool to see you making groups with some of your viewers. Oh yeah, Faxi, we've done a lot of keys together over the years. All right, anyway, we do, I think theater is one that we got pretty much down pat. No son of mine would be playing Fortnite. Yeah, exactly. It says as long as they're playing WoW. I can't play with Metro because I'm a tank. Nope, yep. I didn't raise you as a disc priest. Yeah, for real. That'd be another thing. Bliss, did I miss anything good? You missed our first 15 in time after like a month of trying, so. Other than that, no, same as always. Good day today, been a good couple days. I'm waiting for some new games this summer. Devil Summoner Remake and Super Robot Wars Y. Dude, are these games or is that like AI? Did you just like get, are you Chat GPT? What is that? Congratulations, thank you. I can't play with Metro because I'm bad. Those are actual games. Devil Summoner Remake? What the fuck? That sounds fake. Alright, let's heat up. Oh, my water's empty as well. Let me quickly get that. Metro just hopped on the stream, saw you time the hardest 15 IMO. Yeah, I would agree. It's also, in my opinion, that the hardest 15. It was the hardest because of the timer, but we kind of destroyed it. So I honestly think maybe the nerf to the guys spawning those droplets actually was a really big deal. At least for pugs. My Taco Bell nuggets are on the way. Oh, sweet. They're really good. I actually really enjoy them. But they're way too expensive. I don't think I'll get them again. You can time the rest easy. Oh, unfortunately not. We were just talking about this, but yeah. What just happened in the 16 we did is why I don't think we'll have a lot of success at this level, because the content is just really fucking hard, and there's people out there just have like doing really weird brain dead shit, like walking into mini bosses. I've been trying to get 15 Cinder for the entire week now. Got one nearly there with 20 over time. Oh yeah. Just don't skip that mini boss? Oh no, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the guy walking into the boss, not the warlock. The warlock thing was like not ideal, but it's fine. Oh. Then bring it up to these guys. I'm trying to preemptively get all the Legion stuff done for the expansion meta achievement. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a good idea, because I'm sure they'll do it eventually. First Metro running his own keys, and then he starts linking routes. We will have to check to see if the body snatcher showed up. I do not link routes. Still won't ever do that. Okay, here we go.
5, 4, 3.
You need a macro to explain the skip? Nah. Easier to just type it. Too many variables that might have to be typed out. Like if we have a druid instead of a shaman, etc. Why would you never link routes? Oh god, long story. Do I need to get into it again?
It seems these upstarts think they can compete with the best combatants in all of the
Beware.
when I see it! Either way,
Beware.
prove entertaining. Bring in the
It's a religion thing? Yeah. There's a video where I can hear the long story. We talk about it like once a week, it feels like, but I just don't believe it helps. I believe it actually hurts in the pug world. Especially with some dungeons, but yeah.
Beware.
That was weird. You couldn't see where that was going. That's it right there. Keys over already.
Beware.
Yeah, I guess we can res him and be alright.
Beware.
First day of the reset, I guess we may as well get this discussion out of the way. I think it's useful for knowing timing on CDs. Yeah, it's not, because you can't guarantee that the things are going to play out the way you expect in a pug world. So you might end up baiting yourself into saving CDs, and then you end up having something go wrong that, like, changes the timer, the expectations of the times, and then you just end up sitting on CD for, like, the whole time.
Beware.
When Metro was very young, his favorite Pokemon card got stolen by another kid in school and he never got it back. Then later, that guy created MDT. And Metro refuses to use it now.
Beware.
Raining again. I haven't been able to play basketball in a while since so much rain recently. Outside of going on Sunday to indoors.
Beware.
Okay, you see why I said about what I said about 15s. Like, it seems impossible to upgrade them. There's always some issue on bosses. I think actually Cinderbrew might be the easiest to upgrade on 15 right now because that has the bosses with the least complexity for people to figure out. So the only hard part is getting through the trash, which almost everybody's like, they're pretty adept at, like on average. I think more information is always good. Yeah, I would disagree. More information causes people to overthink stuff and make mistakes that they wouldn't make otherwise if they just assumed that the pug was going to be chaotic and played around that. But the big reason I don't do it is because most people asking for it don't actually want to be good group mates. They just want to be selfish and want to ask you to do something that they want to do instead of what you want to do. That was what stopped me from linking it. I used to do it all the time, even though I didn't think it helped. But then when people started doing that frequently, where they're like, oh, this is not what we should be doing. It's like, okay, well now I'm just not linking them anymore. Did you do any skips in that 15 Cinderbrew? Nope, not at all. Well, I mean, we kind of waited for a pat and walked by it, but other than that. I think that's true if you assume everybody is bad. It's not even about bad or good, it's just about chaos. Like, there's gonna be things that go wrong and you gotta adapt to them, so. If you're trying to strategize, and I think the other thing is like super disingenuous to even say that like the 5 seconds that you look at the route before the key, you're actually gonna make any real inferences from it. I think a lot of people probably look at it and they think they know what they're looking at, but it might not even be what you think you're looking at. Like, if all of the things people said that you do with the routes were true, I could see it, but I just don't think it's happening. Why are you continuing? I have no reason not to. Gonna be a 14 one way or the other. Might as well change to 14 so I don't have to do the same dungeon 3 times. Right, and Tom's also right about that. I don't really buy that there's actually CDs that are worth not using on CD in this game anymore. I get it, you probably don't want to use it right at the end of a pack or something, but outside of that, I think you should use it every time it's up, as long as the content is gonna, like, it's gonna withstand the full course of the CD. When I'm taking, I just laugh at DPS trying to share their routes unless I'm asking for something specific. We'll be running my route, right? But that's the thing, like, they're asking you to be, like, mad at you, basically, like, to be controlling of you. They're not doing it to be the best group mate they can be, which is what most people suggest they're trying to do. Is your key not resilient? Not at this level, no. I've only got 115. And that was just done like 30 minutes ago. As a tank main, when I push on my alt healer, I usually hate my tank routes. My tank's routes. Right, exactly, that's what I mean. Like, you know, anybody who's on the fence about this, like, truthfully ask yourself, if you saw a route that you didn't like, would you just sit quiet and be fine with it and try your best? Most people are not going to be in that boat. Most people are doing it and they're going to criticize shit that they have truthfully no control over. So that's why I don't engage with that. As people better than me in the game have said, better to use your CDs on CD than to wait and never use them. Yep. Yeah, especially in the tight timer landscape we have nowadays. People who sit on their CDs are just like usually wasting the DPS. As a tank, it's considered your job to have a route. When it's questioned because it's slightly different than someone else, it's irritating. Yeah, that's what I mean. You can't have no route. You know what I mean? So the people who ask, do you have a route? Like, obviously. Do you need to know about it? No. Do you have a plan for your CDs? I'm not asking you for that, right? Imagine if there was some kind of like printout that was like demanded, like, okay, you're going to show me your actual CD list that you're going to use on time and when, and I'll plan around you. That would be funny. That would actually be a funny way to put it. If anybody's upset with their tank routes, let me know. I can link you some all blood warpers or all snipers. And right, like it's, yeah, anyway. Talked about this too much. I have that issue sometimes. I have a raider's mind when it comes to CDs and tend to hold them. Yep. Sitting on CDs is like the death of timing keys. That's why a dungeon like Cinderbrew is so good, because there's never a reason to sit on it. Like, you would never even think there was.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Thoughts on one button rotation doing more damage than people who know the class? Doesn't seem to be true from what I've said, what I've heard. But if you are a DPS main out there, I would really appreciate it if you would go on the PTR and test this out with some video evidence. So I think what would be the best thing is if you can do like maybe a 2 to 5 minute test of you doing your rotation full on,
Run away to match my strength. You show me what you can do.
Why is Charizard so wanted when in 98 and 99 that card was the hardest to pack? The most rare card was Blastoise, you mean? Charizard's just like iconic, right?
Oh, good.
That is pouring out. Like so fucking much rain.
From the title.
Blizzard wants to have some baked-in add-on to make new players / super casual experience better. All of these changes are about reducing barrier to entry. Yep. Yeah, they explained it perfectly in the video. If you want to watch, I would definitely recommend watching that. Yeah, I don't know why these people stay after the key's clearly out of time. It's because, like I said, these DPS have actually no idea how the timers work in this dungeon. Like, they actually don't know. Like, I might have thought it was still in time after that. No matter what Blizzard would do, people would just immediately spin their minds to find a way how this means that they are taking something away and making it worse. It's an unwinnable battle. Yeah, very frustrating, I agree. Hey Rasbaro, what's up, big welcome. Also was in the key, but if the one button rotation is doing more than you currently, that's on you, not the one button thing. Yeah, I imagine that's true. That lock is hilarious, so yeah. Yeah, sadly we see that a lot. Why would voice to text get you banned? I found a pretty cool way to communicate to people in keys. I open party chat and then press the Windows H key. That's interesting. I didn't know that was a feature. My text reactions are a lot nicer than my immediate verbal reaction. Yeah, that's true. I would have problems with that too, honestly. Because then they would just hear the whole stream conversation unfolding in the chat. Windows H key, though. What is that? Oh, we got the order. We actually found Pokemon product. Windows H is basically... Just started my Mythic Plus journey on Blood Death Knight after finishing up my 10s on Guardian Druid. So far it's been fun, but I'm so slow. Oh yeah. Speech to text built into Windows. Let's see. Windows H. To use dictation, go to settings and turn on online speech recognition. No. Seeing that major into the mini-boss makes you dig deep in your vocabulary. Right, yeah. You certainly wouldn't want there to be actual, like, what do they call it? Proximity chat or whatever? God, that would be crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna do one more, yeah. Get it on the sheet. I'm just marveling at the fact that I actually placed a Pokemon TCG order for the first time in like 3 months. Alright, let's get on the sheet. You gotta give away your data to use it. Yeah. Congrats on Cinderbrew 15, thank you. I think the only spec Metro wants for his next key is survival. Oh, why'd you say that? Couple in a row that I think could do well on the video. Alright, last key of the day. Let's get it listed. I think the only... Oh, you read that already, yep. Having proximity and walking into Goldshire would be horrific. Oh god. That would be crazy. The poster collection's in stock too. I just want to see Faxi play. Yeah, me too. Never get to see him. That's out of stock. Must have missed it. People are pinging like it's in stock. Okay, so anyway, X is there too. You can come as the, well, yes, you can come as a demon hunter. Then we need shaman, healer, warlock, EPS. Yeah, so it could only be shaman healer at this point, or druid healer, because we got Faxi for Lust. How has doing your own key felt? It's actually great. I really enjoy it now that there's no, like, yeah, you can only imagine what it would have been like with all the failures we've had. We'd be having like a 2 at times. So Windows H brings up a box. You have to type Windows H again to toggle it listening. It's easier than typing. I'm a bad typist. Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not the worst, but I'm not great either. What spec are we about to see from Faxi? He's marksman, yeah. I don't get it. Is it in stock or not? People keep saying it is. No. Ironically, SV is very good in here since it's small pulls. I just don't have a weapon. Oh, yeah. He is marksman. It's a bit of a stretch, though. He was the biggest marksman hater on the planet just some time ago. Okay. I bet you wish you had that macro. No, like I said, I'd rather type it out. I want it to be very specific, and if it's wrong, then I would have to change it anyway, so I just constantly have to change it. I actually thought Faxi loved survival, but doesn't play it because it sucks. I don't know. You love shaman healers, you must be into Drekthar, who's a... That's a character, right? A WoW character. If I had my choice of all 3 specs, I would be survival. Oh yeah. Melee, huh? That's surprising to hear you say that. It's just that fun, I guess. Yeah. Did we actually successfully get PayPal rewards for that too? Let me check.
It is an honor to bear the torch.
Good news, Faxi. I just tested, and if you press N, you can basically make that choice. I got 509 points. Sweet. 16 went badly. Oh yeah, I didn't expect to upgrade that, but what about this? Are we gonna hit 2 in a row? Oh, that's in stock too. When does Destined Rivals even come out? I don't even know. Alright, let's get started. So yeah, last key of the day. And then we'll be back tomorrow with more. Yeah, the 16 went so badly it double downgraded. That's why we got the 14 now. Where do you sit on the Groudon versus Kyogre battle? I don't really like Gen 3, honestly. Ask that shaman if he's ever been contacted by the FBI. Good one. As long as he's not enhanced, I guess we're good.
One and all, to the theater of pain. It seems these upstarts think they can compete with the best combatants in all of Maldraxxus. Beware. When I see it.
The tragic double downgrade? Yeah, it's rare, but... We got Paxi as a ringer here, so we're gonna crush this one. As long as we don't have mages walking into mini bosses. Is the Warlock AFK? No. I don't think you'd be able to do damage if you're AFK, can you? Maybe you can. That'd be cool, actually. Warlock was busy watching Faxi. He's like, wait, that guy has pets too? Yeah, Demo hasn't impressed me. The other two specs seem better for Mythic plus Pugging, but doesn't matter at this point. Math and Destro are absolutely not better. Oh yeah, well, at least in my experience there. I don't play any of them, so I don't know how good they're supposed to be, but for some reason it seems the demo players all struggle. Maybe Destro's just easier to play or something, but...
Beware.
Destro's the best spec, oh yeah. It also looks like the most fun from what I've looked at. My pre-made has a demount and he's blasting, but every other demo I've met has been bad. Yeah, is there any reason that you think it might be the case? Is it a harder spec to play or something? It's more complicated, gotcha. Demo is hard to line up CDs, especially if you can't sit and cast for a long time. Well, that's why that fight is not good for that at all then. Destro is by far the easiest. So there you go. There's your answer. Demo's issue is you don't really burst without 6 targets. I'll sit in 4 to 7 million range on most pulls, so yeah. But it can do massive AoE if you let it. Yeah, but who's gonna let it? The mobs are not trying to die, you know what I mean? They're not gonna let you just fucking kill them. Again with this. There was some like theory about why it happened a while ago. What was that theory? I don't remember it. First pull of Flood, if you go really big, you can do Dev Evoker DPS. You mean you die on the first pull? If you go too big, I guess it makes sense. Did you guys know you can walk past the second mini boss? I saw that in a 16. That thing not instant pulling always upsets me. Yeah, I don't know what's causing it, but it's happened a lot recently. That guy doesn't instant pull if someone is there before the tank. Is that right? I don't think that's happening. Usually I'm the first there because I'm trying to grip the mob. Everybody else is back there attacking. Demo is a skill gap, and it's always been. I remember Nether Portal Demo where you could burst super high in single target, but it was complicated rotation. It's super fun to play though. Oh yeah. Nice. That's an interesting transmog. Very low fantasy, but I like it. Demon Hunter was on top of you when you got the mini boss. If anyone is close, it'll freak out. Oh, okay.
Five, four, three, two, one.
Skull as a trophy.
I would be on CD. Okay. See, you guys talk about routes and people using CDs. Try to tell the guy to use the fucking thing at a certain time, even though I tell him to do it, still can't do it on time. Like, come on, man. Like, it's crazy. What was it on CD from? Like, what? My transmog is all low fantasy. Also low fantasy. I like to look like ancient people. Yeah, I like that actually. I like to fit in with the universe, like the NPCs out in the world. He used it when the warlock gated. Oh, what the fuck? You'd be surprised how many DPS are doing high keys and have no idea what dungeon mobs do. I mean, yeah, we just saw it. Twice, really, back to back. We saw the mage walk into the mini boss thinking you can just walk by it to skip it. And then we saw the warlock not have any idea how long the timer is and think that we were still somehow upgrading it after being like 5 minutes behind our second boss split. Depleted 2 keys today, trying the same skip when getting aggro. It looks like people get in shock and do nothing. Yeah, it's not actually like a problem. You just fight the boss, like the mini boss. Like, it's not a bad skip. Or it's like, it's a good idea to skip it for that reason. Because if you fail it, there's no penalty. We just wasted a little bit of time standing there and doing a countdown. That's the only penalty. I don't like when people want to skip the 2 mobs in DOC before the Cano King. Yeah, I haven't. Yeah. I might start doing it, but yeah, that one's currently not in favor for me either. Just kill the mini boss, but the problem is when they want to ignore it. Yeah, I mean, if you fail to skip, you can't ignore it. So that's what I was just saying. Like, if you're a tank and debating whether or not you should do it, you just do it, and no problem at all. If you pull it by accident, then you fight it. We're still destroying this key, which is crazy. Even after fighting that full mini boss, less isn't going to be that distinct at all. I've seen Last Man Who Pulled It just die and re-rezzed. Yeah, that's an option too. But a lot of times it's gonna end up walking up the area and get other people in combat, in my experience. Are you always a Blood Death Knight main? Like, what, you mean like in the past, or? I only play Blood Death Knight right now, if that's your question. Yeah, we've actually done this where Bloodlust is the same time as it is right now with the skip. And we've still upgraded it, so that's kind of crazy. The only thing that sucks is all this running, but yeah, besides that, we're not losing much here. I know Theater isn't particularly challenging dungeon for tank, but did you feel quite tanky in your 16? We didn't get very far in it. Let me get to the actual hard part, which is this area over here. I would definitely say that this dungeon is the easiest to tank, though. It's been that way since the 2, the first key of the season.
Look what we have here. Fresh meat.
That one mini boss can be a bit spicy. Yeah, there's some hard-hitting things here and there, but on average, there's nothing notable. Only dangerous tank fight is the last boss. Yeah, that one's kind of tough. These guys didn't make it. You don't have to go this way, guys. You can go the other way. I guess we have to wait for them. I don't think it's a good idea to pull them while they're not down there, just in case they get in combat. That and the Savage Fury mini boss. Yeah, that one's tough, I guess. Yeah. That pack is no longer alive. Thanks to big marksman DPS from Faxi. Good link too. I get these mobs down here though. Warlock's killing us right now. Holy fuck, man, are you still doing this? Really? Move up! Oh, annoying, dude. This pack would have been dead like 20 seconds ago.
Run and tear. More spare parts. Open you up.
Good guy Metro making sure Faxi has 3 targets. Not what I was doing. But glad to get recognition either way. Range DPS has to stay at range. Oh, really? That's like part of their manifesto or whatever. Does Death Advance work on the chains? No, it's a stun. I think it might stop you from being pulled though. Let's actually see what happens if you do it. Nope. I think AMS worked though. I tried something by accident the other day and it did something. Try AMSing? Yeah, AMS works too. I thought you could only IBF it too, but then I like randomly AMS by accident and it worked. Yeah, I don't know why it's not. Like, I don't know why AMS works. Doesn't make sense, but it does. I swear AMS works on everything. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, I never even thought to try it. I think I just randomly AMS and accidentally got hit by it and it didn't break. It didn't happen, yeah. Oh, wait, what? What the fuck? That time it didn't work. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, you know what? Go look back in the VOD and tell me. I bet I had Icebound Fortitude proc from the set bonus. That's probably why. And that happened the last time I did it too by accident and didn't realize it. Yeah, I think it was IBF proc during it as well, just a coincidence. Just rewind and see if I had. There'd be a blue number on the screen if I had it up right here. I bet. I mean, it has to be. No way, it's not.
Looks like we might have some real contenders here.
Think since he hit you with the Hateful Strike, it ate up the AMS. Now AMS was definitely still on. It doesn't do magic damage anyway, I don't think.
Mortal lives are so fleeting, so fragile.
Hateful Strike is physical and does not interact with AMS, right? Well, we are cruising. So we just need one less. I don't remember exactly what we need now, but I think it's just 2 side packs instead of 4, right? Just look down Wowhead. The chains are also physical, yeah. You look back and we had Icebound, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny how that was like a coincidence then. Just because they're physical doesn't mean they won't interact with the AMS though. Right, yeah. It shouldn't, but sometimes it does. I don't know why sometimes it does, but sometimes it does. I bet maybe I can figure out why with the client now that we were doing Wrath stuff. There might be some flag that makes it AMS even if it's not magic. I don't know where that would be. Actually, I don't think AMS works like that in Wrath, right? I don't actually know if AMS does that in Wrath. And there's also 0 deaths too, jeez. Yeah, this key's getting hammered.
Beware. Beware.
I mean, we might. I don't think we will, but there's like an outside chance of a double upgrade here. No, there's no real chance of it, but it's pretty crazy. We're gonna be many minutes ahead. What is your opinion of what Blizzard is doing with the player housing? I don't really care about that kind of stuff. It looks like it's gonna be really fucking good though. Even though I don't care, I feel like I might end up taking a look at it. The thing I have learned that I like the most is that they seem to be like incorporating it into like the entire video game, which is something this game desperately needs more of.
Beware.
Besides transmog and achievements, there's really nothing that encourages you to do stuff that's like 20 years old anymore. And I really think that's a good idea to have that as a feature of the game. Is there an example of physical ability being negated by AMS? Yeah, the last boss of Halls of Atonement was the biggest one. The dot that was like a tank breaker type thing. You could AMS it even though it did physical damage. There's been a few over the years, but that's the one that stands out the most. They're adding new quests related to lore for player housing. Yeah, hopefully the housing thing is really going to spice up the whole video game and not just be some like end game system that everybody else ignores. AMS is a comically strong defensive. It's also insanely strong. It's like an actual defensive too, yeah. What about Bone Spear? I actually don't know. Can you absorb that with AMS because it's a spell or not because it's physical? That's a great question. I don't know the answer to that one. Fuck that big time up. Too busy pondering AMS.
Beware.
The fact that it also just straight up negates some mechanics is bonkers. Right, yeah, that's... Yeah, not always offense, or not always, like, defensively the most relevant thing, but frequently overpowered in terms of a utility spell. Wonder how many people are going to try and roleplay as a homeowners association. That would be funny, actually. Ah, man. It's ridiculous.
Beware.
Spellreflect usually has some cool interactions with boss fights too. Yeah, they're potentially stronger, Spellreflect, but usually on average less effective if you take out like the big home run moments. I like the old version of this boss better, really. I don't even really remember that fight, and that's saying something because I did it a million times. I think this fight is way cooler now.
Beware.
You had to like shoot the guy into a trap or something. It was really weird. I think the mechanic just didn't work well.
princes have conquered
You had to collect your image essentially, and you got a damage boost from it, yeah.
Return to the central chamber. It's time to begin the main event.
We might get some score for this one. I don't know what our best theater is, but this has got to be it.
Are you ready for some carnage? A rising starts now picks the longest reigning champion the Theater of Pain has ever known. Ordratha, the Endless Empress!
Behold my power and despair! Magic reaches
Beyond your mortal ken. I love this voice line. Really badass all around this boss.
its ire against you. Beware shall be swept into oblivion.
Well, we'll have a 15 for tomorrow morning. Hopefully it won't be Cinderbrew. I guess now that we've already done one, we kind of have to be concerned with that as well, but we'll just do whatever we get, I guess, from now on. I think we're like, yeah, we're only 2 points away from being 3,200, so we might get those 2 points in this key. That'd be cool. We did get 4 points from a key that was a 14 still as well today.
Reality turns its ire against you. Your wanton slaughter will be returned tenfold.
100% getting a couple IO here. You guys fried this key. Well, until that, I guess. Yeah, it was very good run all around.
Beware shall be swept into oblivion. Reality turns its ire against you. Beware shall be swept into oblivion.
I had a bunch of good stuff in my vault on my palette, and it's still simming. Sounds like you had a reasonably good day in keys. Yeah, it's been actually good the last few days. Last few streams, that is.
Death itself demands your souls. Beware shall be swept into oblivion.
And then next week, it's obviously going to be like a huge jump. Or maybe not next week, but the next month, it's going to be a huge jump. So we still have a lot to look forward to this season, which is good.
Our agreement.
But we're getting points, right? What are we getting?
For now.
3, yeah, 3,200. How about that? What a wild day. We gained 7 points from keys we already upgraded, and then I think it was like 15 or 16 from the 15 that we did.
Fight forever! More walkers!
So yeah, we got 3,200 today. Nice. Although it's not quite yet updated, but 3,200. Let's get these items on the spreadsheet. Thanks a lot for coming too, Faxy. I appreciate the help. That guy is carrying keys out there. But yeah, the Warlock, you see, I mean, it's hard to compare because obviously we know Mex is a great player too. But yeah, you see Demo a little far behind. A little bit further behind. Oops. Way to run our Deathless. Oh yeah, that was the end of the Deathless run too. His death there, right? That's funny. That pull before Go Chop where you said I blasted, I had 3 lock and load procs. Oh, I was wondering what happened. You did like 15 million DPS there. That pack like died before I was considering combining all 3, and I was like, well, it's dead already, so I guess we will. What procs lock and load? With the 15 in time and you joining the 3.2k club, you may no longer be a casual now. Yeah, well, it's probably because I have an organization. And plus I have chat off and stuff. Lock and load is one of the strongest procs in the game. It's dumb. It's just auto shots. Oh, okay. Is that the one that's like 8% chance whenever you auto shot? The tier makes you auto shot even more. Whoa. Yeah, I love that. Lock and load might be my favorite proc in the game. I love that concept of turning like... I really like that idea, like a long cast into an instant. I love that. I think I had almost 10 million explosive shot there. Whoa. I think if I had to play a DPS, it would be a marksman hunter right now. Okay, yeah, that's all we got time for today. I wanted to take a look at this though, yeah. Let's see the meadery. The more you are greeting for damage, the more procs you get. That is how it actually works. Oh yeah. Not on that browser. It feels so good. Gonna be so sad when we get a different tier set. Oh yeah. Okay, so some of these guys actually have score. The shaman did very bad damage, apparently. Wow. 212, whereas the spec median is 350. But yeah, I don't have any score or any stats on the medians. But it looks like I didn't do too good on interrupting, even though there's not a lot of interrupting in there. And then everything else I was good at. At least compared to the roll, I was above average. Deaths per hour obviously is useful. Marksman Hunter, that's a different hunter than Faxi. He doesn't have any stats either. So it's just the Arcane Mage. And that guy did actually really well. So we see the spec median is actually quite bad compared to overalls. Even though we haven't seen that in Pugs. The roll median is 3.7 and that guy did 3.6. And then the only other guy is the Unholy Death Knight, who I guess, you know, is the victim of a nerf, so his numbers are a bit lower, but that'll even out. We're in uncharted territory, yep. It's some insane burst on a Cinder first pull if it procs. Auto shot, the lock and load thing. And what about that run? I want to see that run. Yeah, Mex did really well damage-wise. 200k overall, more than the spec median. 90 percentile for that. Interrupts above average. No deaths, obviously. Demon Hunter, or Warlock did pretty bad interrupting, but again, not really. He basically only interrupted like once the whole dungeon, but damage was right on cue, 50% on the dot. And then Shaman's damage was a lot better than the spec median. But that guy did above average. And overall he did well. Although his healing numbers, but I don't even think they really count that anymore. But yeah, he did really well. And then for me, yeah, damage was below the spec median by not a lot, but I guess enough to really carve up my score component. But otherwise we got an 83 because we had no deaths. We were above average interrupter and above average healing. Again, that's kind of a weird stat, but that still counts. And that's that. And then in terms of Faxi, his interrupting was also poor, but irrelevant in that dungeon, honestly. And then damage per second was well above average. 120,000 above the median, so cool. That was a great run. I thought it was going to be higher than that, to be honest. I figured you guys would all be like 100 percentile parsers, but still really good. Anyway, that's it for today. They should have Blood Beast and Lock and Load procs in big packs as a metric. Yeah, what's your actual proc rate, bro? The spec is played by that proc, it sounds like, so you gotta get lucky. But thanks for watching, guys. We'll be back tomorrow. We got a 15, and that 15 is Dark Flame again. Okay, cool. So we'll take a look at that tomorrow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.